Okay. Okay. Very nice. Okay. So hello to everyone. Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. I don't know. You came, as I see, you came from different parts of the world. We're so happy today to welcome you to our final celebration multiplier event of the OPENLang Network project that is entitled as OPENLang Language Learning, Interactive Environments Exploring Language OERs and e-Tandem Language Learning. We are so happy to see you here in our event. Professor Anastasios Economidis will also address the word to you. So I'm passing the word to you, so you can welcome also officially also everyone here.
Okay, welcome everyone. We are glad to have you here and present the final results of the OPENLang Network project, and have also two famous keynote speakers who will talk about Tandem Language Learning, Professor Christine Appel, and about open educational resources, Dr. Xaviera Atenas. So let's talk about our project, the OPENLang Network project, that it started 3 years ago, and it ends at the end of this month. This project was about to address the language needs of Erasmus plus mobility participants. These are involved both teachers and students who travel to another country for staying there from several weeks until to 6 months. And we wanted to equip them with extra linguistics and cultural abilities in order to take care of themselves during this short stay in other countries. So in this project, we first start to question these mobility participants, what are their linguistic and cultural needs. And then we collected language placement tests from all 24 European languages in order that someone can be able to test his or her linguistic abilities in any of these languages. We also created the OPENLang Network platform that offers many services. We will talk about all these things during these 4 hours. In this OPENLang Network platform, there are many open educational resources for language learning, and also the MOOC, the massive open online course that we have developed in order to train people who are interested to know about open educational resources for languages, how to discover them, how to use them, how to create them, how to save them, how to evaluate them, how to attribute open license on their work, on their artifacts. And we have also developed an e-toolkit that is both in a PDF format and also interactive in 3 languages, English, Italian, and Greek. And so the partners of in these projects are the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece, who is the coordinator, and I'm the project manager, and Dr. Maria Perifanu is the scientific coordinator, and all the scientific work in this project has been coordinated and managed by her. We have also the Open University in the UK, where Alex Mikhailenedis is the project manager in that part, and he's also the responsible person, the project manager for the platform. Also the Kat from the Cyprus, that and Adigoni Paraxmi is the project coordinator at Kat, the Cyprus University of Technology, and also Pixel, where Antonio Giordano is the responsible person. Pixel is a company in Italy, in Florence of Italy. So the agenda for today, probably you have already saw our agenda. After this, after my presentation, Professor Christine Appel will give the first keynote speech. The title of her speech will be Design Elements for Tandem Language Learning. Maria Perifano will introduce later Christine. Then we will talk about more things about the project, and Dr. Panagiotis Kosmas from the Cyprus University of Technology will talk about the OPENLang Network survey, the questionnaire that we have given to mobility participants, and they have answered this. Then we have a small break, and the second part of the agenda will start with the keynote speech by Xaviera Atenas on open educational resources. Then we will have Maria Perifano will talk about the pedagogical and design framework of the project. Alex Mikhailenedis will talk about the services of the OPENLang Network platform. Adigoni Paramaxi will talk about the language placement tests, how we found them, and you can also take this test in order to test your language levels. Then again, Maria Perifano will talk about the quality framework for the language open educational resources and the evaluation checklist. So if you have an open educational resource, how you can evaluate the quality of this OER. Then Irene Christou will talk about the e-toolkit, that it is a very comprehensive e-toolkit on how to find, discover, use, evaluate, create, and share language open educational resources. And finally, Maria Perifano will talk about the MOOC that we have offered for 4 weeks last month, and we plan to have it open because it is an open resource for the next weeks, months, etc. So this will be the agenda for today. And Maria,
of course, thank you so much. So I'm so happy to welcome here today Professor Christine Appel. We really thank you for accepting our invitation. Christine Appel is a very famous in our field, in computer-assisted language learning field. Today she will discuss about design elements for tandem language learning. I would like to say a few things about her, and congratulations also for your new positions. I didn't know. So she was until recently director of the eLearn Center of Open University of Catalonia in Spain, but now she's also in the Department of Arts and Humanities and at the Center of Modern Languages. Am I right? Also she has graduated from the University of Aarhus in English language and literature. She has a master's in applied linguistics from Trinity College, University of Dublin, and PhD in computer-assisted language learning from Trinity College as well. Her main research interests are the use of ICT in education, communication with virtual environments, second language acquisition, and corpus linguistics. So today in her talk, she will discuss 7 design elements that they are key to the successful implementation of tandem language learning activities that involve online speaking interaction. In order to illustrate these 7 design elements, she will show how these have been applied to a course offered at the Open University of Catalonia, Tandem MOOC Espanol English, and how these elements have developed over the course of 4 iterations. She will finish with a set of recommendations for designing tandem language learning activities with a focus on scalability and sustainability. We are looking forward to this talk. I will stop sharing my slides, and Christine, you can share your own slides. And of course, I pass the word to you.
So, can you see my screen now? Yes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Wonderful. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here today. When you get these invitations, everybody's busy nowadays, right? But I was looking at this project, and it's very hard to say no. We've got so much in common, our interests, and I've been involved in other similar European projects which were in the same line. So I think I'm looking forward to the presentations for the rest of the afternoon, and I'm very happy to be here presenting today. So thank you to the whole team, and congratulations for making it this far. It's tough when you are engaged in a project like this, and I really sympathize, empathize with the feeling of really mixed feelings, right? Relief and
absolutely, yeah. Thank you so much.
To the end. But what I'm going to talk about today is designing elements for tandem language learning. Let me see if I can. Yes. Just to give you a little bit of context, I am connecting from Barcelona in Catalonia, and I'm working, as Maria was saying, I'm now in the Center for Modern Languages in the Faculty for Arts and Humanities. And this is where we offer the course that I'm going to be telling you about, where we applied these design elements. And we are a 100% online university. And in Catalonia, Spain, the context is that everybody needs to learn English. I don't know if you have a similar thing in Greece. We've got the context where the students have studied English for years and years and years, but I'm still not speaking English. So what we have is that in the universities in Catalonia, the government decided that it would be recommended that all higher education students finish their studies with a B2 level of English. But these students come to us and they've studied English for 9, 12 years. I mean, when I'm saying years, it's not just 5 or 6, no, it's 10, 12 years. They know the grammar, they can read, but very often they're not able to produce a spontaneous speech. And some of them still come to us saying that they've never had a conversation in their target language. So they still come from traditional systems, pedagogical approaches that don't give you a chance to use the language spontaneously. And when we look at speaking interaction, well, speaking skills are still a challenge are a challenge for foreign languages. I can't see your faces now. Usually when I'm sort of in a face-to-face conference and I say this to teachers, everybody nods. It's like, yes, speaking skills are a challenge. Language students need many hours of practice. That's why that's still a challenge. And courses cannot provide enough speaking practice. It's impossible. It's not like it's a weakness in the course. It's just not possible. We need to find ways in which students can get this practice outside the hours that are scheduled. Not just the face-to-face contact schedule hours, but also the dedication hours. It's really tough. So in this context, we're thinking, well, tandem learning is a good solution, isn't it? I'm guessing everybody in the audience today knows what Tandem is, but just in case. So students work together in learning each other's native language. So not only do they get a chance to talk to a native speaker of their language and get feedback from an expert, but they can also share the language learning experience with the mate, share tips and tricks on how to go about it. And this links to the principles of reciprocity and autonomy, which are key for the sustainability of tandem language learning. As far back as 1996, Little and Brammertz were stipulating, and I think this still holds, technologies are changing. I did my PhD in tandem language learning, but in email back in 96. But we're now using video conferencing systems, and it still holds, right? You need reciprocity. So both learners need to benefit equally, or one of them will just leave. And you need autonomy, because you don't have a teacher sort of guiding you when you're actually engaged in that tandem contact. So students need to be proactive, need to take charge of their own learning. And also, it's a good way of moving towards autonomy, because you're not entirely on your own. You've got this tandem partner with you. If not helping you, at least sharing the troubles and the joy. So Tandem seems like an ideal solution, but obviously there's always challenges when setting up tandem activities, right? When setting up, some of the main challenges are finding partners. Whether you're a teacher looking for a class that will partner up with your own class, or whether you're an individual looking for people to talk to. Because those social networks dedicated to language learning are not always easy to navigate through, and it's not always easy to find somebody you can do tandem with. And obviously the tools, because we're talking about an online setting, and if we are thinking about also speaking, we're talking about video conferencing systems. Which one are you going to use? Are you familiar with it? Do you have the headphones? Do you have the webcam? After the COVID times, maybe everybody does have that, so that's become a bit easier. But still, as a teacher, are you asking your students to go to a third platform that doesn't belong to the higher education institution you're working in, or secondary school? What are the implications? Privacy issues? Do they have to sign up with a third company? There are a lot of issues to take into account. And then once you start the tandem, there's also the challenges of sustainability. So we see a lot of examples where you set up the tandem project, and students meet once, twice, and never again. And this is so disappointing, because it's such a huge effort as a teacher to set up this project. It takes a lot of work. You need to find the group, meet up with the other teacher, negotiate about objectives. You need to train the students in the tools, and all this effort goes to waste if this tandem partnership doesn't last in time. And then we can find teachers who are just burned out and say, can't be bothered to do this again. Or we can find students who have a negative experience and develop a negative attitude toward the target language population because their tandem partner failed to show up, is not reliable. And what seemed like a good idea can all of a sudden go completely wrong. And I'm not saying always, I'm just saying we should be aware of these things and try to prevent them. Another challenge is the content, because doing tandem language learning is not a task per se. I mean, get them together and talk, no, but what should they talk about, right? Also, it's really hard if you put yourself in the situation of a student where you're meeting somebody you've never met before online through the technology from a different culture, and now you have to talk about what? About your private life? I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of questions there. So also, we need to give them tasks, because otherwise you can stay in your comfort zone, right? Avoidance. So you're only going to talk to your tandem partner about those things you know how to tell, right? So it's a safe bet. What did you do this weekend? I went to the cinema. everybody knows how to say that, right? And you're not going to tell about all the exciting things that you did because you just don't have the vocabulary. You don't dare to explain it in your second language. And then the interculturality aspect. So you're getting two people from two different cultures to talk together. You know, be careful with what types of tasks you set up and what kind of conflicts that could arise. So it can be really good, and there could be a really good range of information, but we need to be tactful on how we introduce those tasks. When I was thinking about setting up Tandem exchanges back in 2012, I thought I was also in parallel working with the introduction of massive open online courses in our university. And at that time, there were some challenges. We were discussing how are we going to do this in the Universitat Oberta de Catalonia. As part of the e-Learn Center, we had this role of designing this. And we can see the challenges of the these MOOCs are massive open online courses, so courses with thousands of students. So it's really difficult to personalize. It's really difficult to give feedback to all these learners. So there's a number of challenges. And thinking about this, I thought, hold on, massive sounds like a problem when you're setting up courses, but it could also be an opportunity in a tandem context because you're looking for tandem partners. So if you have enough people online, it may be easier to match them up. And also because in a tandem context, teacher involvement is mainly in the designing phases. But once they start talking to each other, the teacher is not there. It's not actually physically or online present in the same room, right? So we thought maybe this is a good match. So we set about sort of putting together Tandem, a MOOC for Tandem Language Learning. And the pedagogical challenges were designing the Tandem Dynamics and ensuring that there was sustainability and engagement so they wouldn't abandon, turning contact with native speakers into meaningful practice and eventually language learning, so it wouldn't just stay with some sort of anecdotal contact, and giving support for learner autonomy development. What are my objectives today here in this talk? So I want to sort of sing the benefits of Tandem, and also I want to make the case for Tandem not being monogamous, right? I'm now kind of using the metaphor of dating, but most Tandem projects that I see usually assign one partner to the learners, and they remain sort of like stable partners over time. And I would like to say that we want students to have a number of partners, to be polygamous in this sense, when they're doing Tandem language learning. And I'm going to show you how we went about reaching this goal. And I'll discuss the issues in designing, and I will showcase the Tandem MOOC course and how we took these designs, because after a lot of thinking in our team, we came to 7 elements that we thought you really need to think about. These 7 elements if you're designing Tandem in whatever context. You need to take them into account and think about them before you start. So I'm going to tell you about Tandem MOOC. It's a task-based LMOOC, language MOOC, that follows the principles of tandem learning, with the particularity that learners play a dual role, expert and novice, in that they're native speakers of each other's target language, and the emphasis is on task-based, synchronous oral communication, peer feedback, and learner autonomy. I just wanted to stop for a moment and say that this is a development from, it was a lifelong learning project back then in 2010, but this is a development of the Speak Apps project. And the tools that we developed back then are the tools that we have developed further and using in the Tandem MOOC. So it's really nice when you invest all this effort in a European project, and then you see that, I mean, we finished in 2014, and here I am 7 years later, telling you about a project where we're still using developments of these tools. So I'm sort of wishing you the best and the same in your project.
Thank you very much, Christine. Thank you very much. But this is the whole point also, you know, you work in collaboration with all these people are working for 2-3 years, and they prepare something that it will be useful for community, for language teachers, for society. So you need to build upon that and continue and try to make it even better. This is why we got the funding to create something and to offer it. So it is really impressive that after all these years you are working on what you have done so many years ago. That is wonderful. Congratulations for that.
Thanks. The end of funding doesn't necessarily mean the end of doing, right?
It can give you the start, only the beginning.
Exactly. And new opportunities come up, and new funding opportunities come up to develop.
Absolutely.
Further. Yeah. So this is just a glimpse of the Tandem tool that we're using, which was a video conference tool that was linked to the task tool. So a tool that launches a task in real time. So when students connect, a task is launched and you see the person and instructions to do a task. And that was sort of key to what we wanted to do. Right. So the overview, I'll be talking about the instructional design decisions that we made over 3 iterations, and I've got the PowerPoint for the 3 iterations, but actually we just finished one. So I will be mentioning the latest developments that we still haven't had a chance to analyze, but I will be mentioning those as well, because we just finished the latest edition last week. So the first one was back in 2014, where we got some funding from the Catalan government to develop a MOOC. And you can imagine that a lot has happened in this type of technology since 2014, when we first started. And then we've got the iterations of 2016, 2018, and 2019. But we've continued in 2020. We actually gave we made 2 editions, because we did one during the lockdown. And that was a really nice experience, because everybody was home. They couldn't leave home, so they needed something to do. So aside from learning languages, we got some feedback from participants that it was a company for some that were in lockdown on their own, giving them structure, and we got very positive feedback about that. But I'm going to focus on the design today. We used the design-based research methodology to analyze all the data that we were collecting. I'm not going to sort of focus on this, but I just wanted to mention that this was the methodology that we were collecting data during the course, from learning at analytics, forums. We also had weekly meetings with instructors to make decisions. And then the follow-up data were pre and post questionnaires, semi-structured interviews, participation logs, video recordings, performance logs, feedback forms. So there was a lot of data that informs the decisions that we have made and changed over time. The course features, it's a 6-week course, level students from B1, B2 upwards for English and Spanish. It's an English-Spanish tandem exchange. And the learning objectives, obviously it's speaking skills, but it's also to equip students with the learner strategies for online speaking interaction, so they can make the most out of encounters with native speakers online. The design elements then, these are the 7 areas that we think it's crucial when you start designing a tandem activity, whereas this is on a MOOC or it's with a class-to-class interaction, you need to at least think about this, right? The learning environment, the facilitation dynamics, diet configuration, task topics, task types, feedback provision, and gamification. So let's go with the first one, the learning environment. I just want to say here, where do we meet? It's just, you know, and for us, it was like, and on top of that, it's a MOOC. So do we go with one of the big platforms? You know, edX, we decided to go with Moodle, with our own Moodle. So we went small. So we missed out on the marketing advantages of being on a big platform, but we had full control over the technology. So we were changing things week by week. And also, if you look at the interface, it doesn't say walk anywhere. And this was because at that time we were collaborating with different universities, and we didn't want any student to feel as a guest in somebody else's platform. We wanted a common platform for everybody. This is our place, whether you come from the UOC, from Dublin City University, from the Universitat de Barcelona, this is our place. It's the Tandem MOOC. Obviously, the interface has developed over time, and we've introduced more video and more visuals, but the main decision is, and the main thing to think about is, where am I going to make the students meet up? And is it going to be a neutral common ground? Facilitation dynamics. So how were we facilitating the contact among students? And we had two facilitators, a teacher of Spanish and a teacher of English. We've always had that. And back in 2014, we were using the notice board and the forums in the Moodle platform. And we felt that wasn't enough. It's this thing online that you feel like you're not getting to them, and that some people are abandoning the platform, and why are they abandoning? And how do I make sure that they're reading what I'm doing? So in 2016, we also integrated Facebook and Twitter, and we were hoping to make announcements, the same announcements in the notice board in the Facebook group, and also hoping that students would interact in the Facebook group. This was a complete disaster. Students didn't do it, didn't use it, and reported they didn't like it. So the social networks for us were well for advertising, or sort of before the course starts, getting people to interact with each other and getting excited about it. But during the course, no, students didn't want to use it. We introduced Langblock. It was one of the SpeakUps tools, which is a blog with video. That was very popular. So students did love the opportunity to see videos of the participants before they had to interact with them. So they knew a little bit about these people on the platform. And then later on, what we did was we kept Facebook and Instagram, but just as an add-on, not as part of the course for giving instructions. And what we started using is Telegram. Telegram is like WhatsApp, Signal, Viber. It's a meme app. And this works really, really well. So students, we have a channel, and students get that in their mobile phones. So they are connected constantly to the platform. But then once they know, oh, somebody's available to do Tandem, then they connect to the platform and they use their laptop or desktop, so they have a bigger space to actually work. Because with the mobile phone, you can't see everything. Are you taking notes? Are you making the most out of it? I don't know. So Telegram worked really well. We chose Telegram over WhatsApp because it allows you to make these big groups without sharing private details of the participants. You don't need to share your own phone with anybody as a student, and not even with us. We create a channel and we create a link, and you join the groups just by clicking on the link, and nobody ever knows your phone number. So what about diet configuration? How we've got all these people on the platform. How do we pair them up? How do we make them meet each other? And this is where, from the start, we were sort of very set with no stable partners, because they fail you and it's a nightmare to organize, to find replacements, etc., etc. So we went with a roulette tandem tool. So basically, you go to the roulette tandem and you're paired up with any native speaker who is connected at that time, and a task is launched. You don't know, so it's double surprise. You don't know who you're going to be talking to, and you don't know what task you will be doing. we were very excited about this. We've been looking in sort of dating pages and similar systems that have degenerated in other directions in the dating space, but we thought this could work for Tandem. The only thing is that you need a lot of participants on the platform to be able, for this to work. We got participants from all over the world, so different time zones, so that was good. I don't think we've had enough participants. I think you need to get in. We've had up to 3,500 participants, but it is an expensive platform because you're using video conferencing and recordings. So I think you would need much more than that for this to work. And then we're getting close to social network and not a course. But anyway, the ways that we found to make this work was that we were announcing times to go to the roulette tandem. So we were saying, go every day on the hour, connect on the hour to find each other. Or we were saying, come on, let's have a roulette tandem session on Wednesday at 10. And of course, 10 continental European time, while making sure our platform had the different times, etc. What we found is that roulette tandem was very good, but then in 2014 we only had roulette tandem. But then students were saying, "Oh, but I met a really interesting person in roulette tandem, and I want to meet up again with this person. How can I do that?" So we said, "Oh, right, okay." So we introduced You Choose Tandem. So if you meet somebody that you feel you can keep on working with, you can then arrange to meet in the You Choose Tandem, and you can choose the person and the task you want to do. We also had a social tandem back in 2014 with no tasks. So we thought maybe some people don't want to do any tasks. Let's see. This was not popular. Very few people used it. They reported that they felt uncomfortable. It was so much nicer to have a task there as a backup. Sometimes they don't use a task, but it's so nice to just have a task there just in case the conversation doesn't flow, where some of the students were telling us. So this is what the You Choose Tandem interface looks like. So you have a pull-down menu with the names of the students and a pull-down menu with the tasks. And also in the roulette tandem, what we found is that sometimes people weren't patient enough to wait for somebody to be online. So we introduced a waiting room. And in the waiting room, they had some multiple choice activities. So we always ask them, wait for 10 minutes. And during this 10 minutes, you can do these exercises about grammar and multiple choice. So you're not bored while you're waiting. And what they do is that if nobody's online, they write to the Telegram social group and say, I'm in the waiting room and nobody's here. And then sometimes somebody replies, oh, wait for me in a few minutes, I'll connect. So that works pretty well. What about task types? Well, we at the beginning, we started thinking, are we going to use spot the difference, problem solving, convergent, divergent? We thought a lot about task types. We are not finding any differences, really. Students, they like them all. They just like having a task there. But we edition after edition, I don't think there is much difference. They like to have a variety of tasks. So that's what we're using now. So the difference, problem solving, role play, for the sake of variety. What we did find is that watching some of these videos, because we launch a task in Spanish and a task in English. So they know the interface says, now you're speaking English, and that's the English part of time. And then in the next task, they have an equivalent one. If it's spot the difference, it's also spot the difference in the other language. So problem solving. But always the same type of task. And they were sticking to it. So sometimes you saw somebody who didn't know a word and they were like, oh, how do I say this? And they were not resorting to the other language to be able to solve that breakdown of communication. So what we did after observing this in many videos, we developed a first task. So now all the activities have 3 tasks. The first one is the pre-task. And this can be done, it has to be done in both languages, and it's designed to remind students of the tandem setup so that it's designed to help each other, and you can use both languages if necessary. So this is what it looks like. For example, this task was the preview, the pre-task of Spot the Difference. And the Spot the Difference images had kind of people in different positions. So here they were reviewing in Spanish and English how you say standing up, lying down, sitting down, kneeling, and they help each other. And with this, we observed that they were sort of more open to helping each other and to using code switching if the other person didn't know a word. This is what the interface looks for the task. This is an example of a Spot the Difference. You can see in this one was in Spanish, so it says, en esta tarea tenéis que hablar español. So it gives you instructions. You speak Spanish for this one, please. And find the 5 differences. And then after they had finished, they click on the button and they see the solution and they see some suggestions on how to describe these 5 differences. And then we always add a question at the end in case they want to speak more. Sometimes it happens on its own, but we thought, okay, let's just add a question about the pictures as well. And this is a problem-solving task. So this was in English. In this task, you have to speak English. And here we were asking them to make a list of 12 digital devices and take turns in adding an item to the list. And then they have to together retell Little Red Riding Hood fairy tale, making sure that they worked into the story the 12 digital devices. So Red Riding Hood was using Google Maps to get to Granny's house or things like that. What about the task topics? So what topics? In 2014, we didn't think about topics. We actually had all kinds of topics, but there was no weekly topics. And the students were really nervous about this. They were like, we want to be able to prepare for the tasks. How do we prepare if we don't know the topic? So we gave them, in 2016, we introduced weekly topics. And we gave them some exercises and readings to prepare. Beware, don't put much effort on this because students don't use them. It's just that it makes them feel good to know that this is there. But the actual use of these materials is very low. But students like to know what the topic will be and like to have some student choice, even if we don't exercise. And then in 2018, we had the 4 weekly topics, which can be from sort of, we had cooking, well-being, art, traveling, general topics. And then in the last 2 weeks, we put all the topics back, and they like that. They like the feeling that if they missed out. So during the first 4 weeks, it was like this urgency. Oh, the week is over soon, so I better get in and do some tandems before they disappear. And then in the last 2 weeks, oh, I get a second chance for those tasks I didn't have time to do. So that kind of started gamifying a little bit the experience. And also, in the last 2 weeks, they were fully in control. They could choose from all the different tasks. So we were kind of increasing student choice, their ability, the possibility of choosing. Now, what about feedback provision? That's another one. How do you give feedback to each other? What guidelines do you give them? That's always something you need to think about. In 2014, we had a form after the task where we were asking them to give feedback to the other person. And we had, in the form, we had these fields for fluency, accuracy, pronunciation, vocabulary, grammar, and other observations. And then once the student fills in the form, it's sent. The other student doesn't receive it until he also sends feedback, reciprocity. And we found that the students were struggling with this. It's very teacher-oriented, fluency, accuracy, pronunciation. So we added in 2016 some rubrics so people would understand how it's done, and we gave examples. It still didn't work too well. So we changed it radically in 2018, and we had a form with 3 fields. What did your partner do well? What errors did you notice? Any other comments? And the students were doing this for their partner and also for themselves. What did you do well? What errors do you remember making? And any other comments. And so they can compare, and then they get the interface where they can compare what they thought and their partner's perceptions. They like that. That's kind of a game to see, oh, she noticed different errors than the ones I remember, things like that. And then what did you do well? Always nice to get some praise. So this is what it looked like at the beginning. We had this form because then the results are stored in a portfolio. That made it easier for everything to be stored, and then students could download the portfolio in PDF format and keep this, all the feedback received over time. And this is what the form looks like now, with the self-reflection on one side and the peer feedback on the other side to be able to compare. How are you gamify the experience? So the students are doing all this, and how can you make it more interesting? What can you use for students to see each of the different activities that they do during the tandem activity as a whole? Because yes, they're having conversations, they're meeting with other people, but this is a course, and how do you put all together with the objective of learning and getting better in speaking? We thought about gamifying. Do we need to introduce some narrative? And we discarded that because the interesting thing in this course is meeting the other person. That everything has to be designed around the meeting the other person. So we had a ranking which was hugely successful, progress bars and feedback star ratings. So your feedback is also rated. And we had a formula for the ranking where it counts the minutes you've talked and how many tandems you've done and how many people you've talked to. And you can get badges, so you can become a tandem legend if you do everything. I think I'm running out of time, right, Maria?
No, please. They are so wonderful what you're saying. So no worries.
Okay.
We better, take some more time on what you say and to the discussion. And we had planned 30 minutes screen break, so we can have less. So it is okay. No worries.
I don't have much left, but I was just wondering.
Okay.
So well, this is what the portfolio looks like. The portfolio has all it's storing everything that the students have done, but at the top, we've got number of tandems, total speaking time, so you can see your progress. Students really like this. So everything that they're doing, talking, it doesn't feel just like a social contact. They're actually doing something, working towards some objectives. And they have the stars, so they're valued. Their reputation as giving feedback also gets rewarded or increases. Sorry, and I just want to mention, and then under the logo tandem, you can see your position in the ranking is. So you also see what your position in the ranking is. And people who win the ranking win an additional session with the teachers. So we do some sessions with communication skills with the teachers, and students compete fiercely for participating in these sessions. And this is what it looks like. You've got the timestamps, the duration, how much time you spent on each one, if you send the feedback, and you can click on view and you get to the feedbacks and the videos. So I'm getting to the conclusions now, right? And I'm going to start with the things that are challenging, right? But also the technology for the synchronous communications, and that's the one that gives problems, is recordings. I mean, right now we have a lot of technologies for having video conferences. We're in a session like this in Zoom, but recording the conversations and storing them is expensive, and that's something you're going to have to think about carefully. I think it's really valuable to have these recordings because it's like half the value of the encounter is being able to go back and watch the video, and you can do some post-task activities. For us in the Tandem MOOC, we're kind of talking to different teachers that use this in their classes. So they take this into their own classes. We don't do it. It's kind of something that the teachers do, but it has so much value, but it's expensive. Then as a MOOC, from a MOOC point of view, we missed out on the marketing when because we're not on one of the main platforms, but we kind of accepted that. But that is one of the shortcomings if you go on your own platform. Finding a balanced number of English and Spanish speakers, it wasn't a huge problem because it's based on this massive element, but still, we've got many more learners of English than Spanish, always. There are learners of English everywhere. Everybody really, really needs that. Not so much for Spanish, it's more difficult for us, for whatever reason, to find enough learners. But it works out because usually the learners of Spanish are more motivated because they're not obliged to learn English. They do it because they really like it, because it's part of their lives, so they have relatives, and they usually participate more than the learners of English, so it adds up. But we did find that Tandem goes beyond the current practices in language moves, and that we were able to focus on practicing oral communication. We had those tasks that worked. It relied on peer-to-peer evaluation. The feedback forms were working, and it was fostering metacognitive and metalinguistic reflection. Despite the fact that we started thinking about this in 2012, started in 2014, this is still experimental. Using these tools is still not normality, even if we've been using them so much. There's still a number of challenges, and getting the balance for Tandem is really difficult. I've explained how we decided to do it. I'm really looking forward to hearing more about how you're doing it in your project. This is just one way. I believe that there's still a number of issues that need to be addressed. And I also wanted to add that one of the latest things that we've discovered and tried out in the last edition was we started using Zoom for some sessions before the roulette tandem. So we were saying like 3 or 4 times during the week, we were saying Zoom session, everybody on board. We had like hundreds of people, breakout rooms for 10 minutes in English, another breakout room for 10 minutes in Spanish, and then everybody to roulette tandem. And this way, we had lots of partners talking to each other at the same time, and we were able to solve the problem of not always being somebody there online. I want to acknowledge my colleague, Joan Tomás Pujola, because I've been working with him on this. And if you want to know more details, we have a publication from this year in Recall, where we have much more detail on what I've tried to explain in very little time. And just wanted to say thank you. And are there any questions?
Thank you so much, Christine. It was really inspiring, a wonderful keynote speech. And now I have so many questions. You cannot imagine. I was taking notes during your presentation because, yes, we were also experimenting in this area. And we were, for example, you discussed now about the Zoom. We have also organized these Tandem workshops. And first of all, we saw how many rooms we can create, during the session. So we saw 50, okay. And we tried to see how we could accommodate, people that would like to practice different languages, because we wanted to create all these, let's say, different tandem groups, practicing not only English and Spanish, but the more, all the languages that we have. So we just first we have chosen 5, and then we try to see what kind of groups we could create, and this was a huge challenge. So it went very well, but what you said and all these things that you pointed out were really, really interesting. I have questions about different things. First of all, one thing that you mentioned, and I don't know how to, we were thinking of leaving people, and in these Zoom rooms to do this for 1 hour, 30 minutes to do the tandem learning to have this experience. but instead of recording, we said that our colleagues would go and check things, how they are, you know, how the group is working, the pair is working. So you discussed about recordings. So it's a huge question about GDPR. You know, we are not allowed to do recording generally, and this is something that you said that. This is something that you did, and it is really valuable for the students and for the teachers to go back and check and to give feedback after that. So how do you manage to do that? I mean, do they I don't know, fill out something, a consent form before? How do you do that?
Right. So we don't record Zoom sessions, because in the Zoom sessions, it's just kind of breaking the ice.
Okay.
And we only send them for 10 minutes to breakout rooms in Spanish. Then they come back and we do new breakout rooms for Spanish.
Okay.
And because we don't have the manpower to go, we don't have enough people to go.
Of course, to do all that.
Right? So we just do this really as an excuse to get everybody on the platform.
Mm-hmm.
And then after these 10 minutes, we send them to the roulette tandem. Now, the roulette tandem is within our learning environment, our Moodle classroom.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, students sign a consent form that they're going to be recorded, but the recordings are only of 2 people, and these recordings are only available to those 2 students.
Okay.
And the teacher.
Okay.
And the portfolio doesn't keep the recordings. You cannot download the recordings, and they have to sign a sort of code of conduct.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I know that you can screencast nowadays, right? But it's you're told, and it's not easy to just get that video or have it sitting on your desk on your desktop. The portfolio that you can save is PDF, and it's only the written feedback. And then we've got all the servers where we've got these recordings. This is all kind of observe the regulations of the Universitat Oberta de Catalonia. We are 100% online, so we're very concerned about these issues. So we use the same standards and same measures for protection of these videos.
That's really okay. Thank you so much. We have questions. Antigone, you can always ask Christine, how much time do you dedicate for each roulette tandem?
Okay, so when the students connect with the roulette tandem, they are presented 3 tasks, right? The pre-task where they can do bilingual, 1 in Spanish and 1 in English. How much it takes them? If you don't have much chemistry with the other person and you're kind of you're shy, you can get through the 3 in 20-25 minutes, let's say. 5 minutes for the first one, 10 minutes for each task. We calculate around 20-25. Those are the shortest sessions that we see. But we see sessions that are 1 hour long, 1 hour and a half, because students spend a lot of time looking at the solution and commenting, oh my God, we didn't get this right. Or, oh, did you see this? And then they go off to other topics. And before the end, we have a last task that just says, remember to fill in your feedback. But that's a place where they stop and then they talk maybe about other things. So a lot of recordings are around 40-45 minutes. And we see recordings of 1 hour, 1 hour and a half. We've actually seen the average time that students spend speaking in 6 weeks is around 12 hours.
Oh, that's nice. Wow, really nice and very good practice. Do you think that the success, let's say, in tandem learning could be, I don't know, proposing this kind of practice in the curriculum? So, I mean, generally speaking, because, you know, it is something that we don't do it is something that it is wonderful. This is what we had. Our experience was really nice. I think also here are some people who joined also the Tandem workshops. If you want, you can always share your experience with Christine. And what do you think? It would be a nice idea to introduce this kind of practice in our courses. So.
Absolutely, and I think that's one of the topics where we are doing a lot of research. This is one of my obsessions, really, right? is how can we do this? How can we scale it up so it becomes something normal? One more thing that you do, and it doesn't have to take extra time for the teacher. If it depends on the teacher's energy and time in the evenings and weekends to organize something extra, then we're not going anywhere. It needs, and that was one of our motivations with this Tandem MOOC. We thought at the beginning, okay, so teachers can use this as one more resource in their classes. And then the students can download their PDFs and take them to class. The student can choose to show the video or not, but you can give the student tasks to go at the video and reflect and come with examples of things they said wrong or things that their partners said that are due to transfer, so many things. But we're finding that that we're getting more students that just decide to come on their own than teachers bringing their classes.
Yeah. We have thank you so much. We have another question for Mike. Mike was also one of our Tandem, let's say, partners. How about when there is a great disparity between language levels? My Greek is A1, my partner C1 English. Any recommendations? Yes, he had this experience, Mike. If you want, you can always speak.
Yeah, so I mean, this is why we said we recommend it for B1 upwards, right? Because if you're in theory, the theory of Tandem says this is not a problem, because when you're doing in this case, the task in English, you will be fine. When you do the task in Greek, then the native speaker of Greek will have to adjust, and he's a native speaker, he's not a teacher, so I'm not sure if he or she will know how to deal with this situation. It's a bit more difficult, right? So I think A1, that's a tough one. A1 is a tough one. But in theory, you know, you struggle in the Greek task and you feel maybe not so good, but then you'll become the expert in the English task, and your self-confidence maybe hopefully will get back to you. But I think still my recommendation is that if your A1 level is too little.
Oh.
or you have to do, if it's a specific project, maybe you can do some preparation with the native speakers who will be interacting with the A1 learners, and tell them, okay, you won't be able to do everything in Greek, but try to do some things in Greek, and this is the way you can help them, but you need to prepare them for that. Yeah. Maybe if they're teacher trainees, then maybe, you know, that's also an added value, but it's a tough one.
Yeah, I think it sort of works out that in Greek coming first and being only 5 or 10 because it's quite tiring anyway. And then switch over to English, and then the English will creep in any case.
And you restore your self-confidence if you end up in, yeah, you can program that, right? So if you're using, like for us, we could program that if we knew that we were applying our type of classroom with the Greek, English, with that kind of difference of levels, we could program that all the tasks would be first in Greek.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you don't end up with a feeling of that was tough, right?
Yes. Starting in English and then switching to Greek, it would feel a bit kind of pointless, whereas one can introduce with some very basic phrases. I think it seems to work. We have a topic, then obviously it's possible to do some preparation, create a word list and then try and use those words. and cheat with a piece of paper on the side.
Absolutely. But I have to tell you that Christine, everyone was so thrilled with Mike's contribution, because he was a native speaker, you know, and everyone wanted to speak with him and to practice English with him. So it was, thank you so much, Mike, for your contribution.
Oh, no, I enjoyed it. But it's a sort of imbalance in two ways. One is the level of Greek as against the level of English, and the other is the number of people wanting to learn Greek as against the number of people wanting to learn English.
I can imagine, because if with Spanish and English it's difficult to get a balance.
Imagine.
And these are two pretty big languages, you know, with a lot of students learning around the world. So yeah, I can imagine it's a challenge.
I suppose equally there's a problem as a teacher myself, to avoid leading too much and being too teachery.
Yeah, absolutely.
It has to be a conversation, not a lesson.
Wonderful. So I think we have no other questions, so we can close this wonderful discussion and presentation. Thank you so much, Christine. We have learned so many things from you. Of course, we will, if you want also, you can share a link of your presentation here, so we can, you know, explore a little bit more what you have done, and, you know, take our time to read also your work. But yes, from what we see, you are working on a project for so many years, and as you said, it's again you are experimenting, and this is the whole idea of what we do in computer-assisted language learning also, because with all during these years, we see that all communication tools, you know, they are changing, and we always think of new possibilities of you know, organizing our work. So it can be tandem learning, it can be something else, but we see what we have, and it is in let's say on teachers' creativity to work and to think of new ways to practice, to help language learners to practice their language. And this is wonderful. So we will follow you to see what else you will do. But thank you so much for all this information that you provided us.
Thank you.
So I will continue. I'm just, I will share my screen. We will do an introduction to a very short introduction of the project, our project partners. So I'm just opening here my, okay. Anastasios, you will be in charge of that. Are you here? Yeah. Okay.
I'm here, so you say okay.
Okay. I couldn't hear you. This is why.
Yeah,
Okay.
I was muted. So the OPENLang Network project ends at the end of the month. It lasted for 3 years, and it is an Erasmus plus K8 K Action 2 cooperation for innovation and exchange of good practices, strategic partnerships for higher education. The project title was Open European Languages and Cultures Network. It started September 18th, ends now December 21. Here you can see the project website. And the main aim was to connect the Erasmus mobility participants, those people, students, teachers, staff that goes to other countries, in order to boost their language skills and their cultural awareness in all 24 European languages. So this was an ambitious objective and task, and we have done our best. So we developed the platform that Maria, don't run too much.
Okay, sorry.
The previous. Okay, so we developed an interactive collaborative environment, a platform that we will talk about this later, in order to raise awareness about all these linguistic needs, the mobility and the intercultural needs of people in Europe. And actually this is not only for Erasmus Plus mobility participants, but for any European who wants to be involved and learn about other languages, other European languages and cultures. So next slide, please. So this you can see the intellectual outputs of the project, and we will talk about these outputs later. So not to spend time here because we don't have much time. So maybe the next slide, Maria. Okay, the consortium was based on 4 partners: the University of Macedonia, ourselves, the Open University of UK at Milton Keynes, UK, and the Cyprus University of Technology at Limassol, Cyprus, and Pixel at Florence, Italy. So what about the University of Macedonia in Thessaloniki, Greece? We are in the SMILE Lab, Smart Mobile Interactive Learning Environments Lab, and 4 people from our lab participate in this project. Myself, I'm Professor Anastasios Economidis, I'm the project coordinator and the director of the SMILE Lab. Dr. Maria Perifano, who is the project manager and scientific coordinator, so everything scientifically has to do by her. She has also wrote the proposal. Dr. Katerina Zafilko, who is project website developer, administrator, and scientific reviewer, and Maria Gerogiani, who is the project administrator. Here we have some pictures from Thessaloniki. Thessaloniki is in the north part of Greece, and from our university. So we are the second city of Greece. We have a lot of history, natural beauties. It is also a university city because we have a lot of students in our city. Next slide, please. Now, the SMILE Lab, Smart Mobile Interactive Learning Environments, does research, development and training on educational technology, technology-enhanced learning, that includes also CAL, for language learning, technology-enhanced learning for languages, open education, open educational resources, massive online courses, mobile learning, augmented reality learning, assessment, training, digital skills, digital competencies. Maria.
Okay. Wonderful. I'm trying to do many things. Changing the slides, muting people.
Okay. And currently we are running these projects, the OPENLang Network project, the DC4LT project, digital competencies for language teachers. Maybe do you want to say about this, Maria, because you are also the scientific coordinator for these projects?
No, you can continue.
Okay.
I don't mind.
So the digital competency for language teachers, the TETEL. TETEL is technology enhanced learning for PhD candidates in this area. The CARAT project that has to do with augmented reality for cultural heritage in Thessaloniki and other cities also. The Pastille project that has to do with Italian language, FSTEM, female for STEM, so in order to promote the participation of women in STEM disciplines. And finally, the Trine project, telepresence robots in education, how to introduce telepresence robots in the teaching practice. So now Alexander will talk about his participation.
Thanks, Anastasios. Hello, everyone. My name is Alexander Mikhailenedis, and I'm a research fellow at the Open University. And I'm also the technical manager of the OPENLang Network project. Right, the Open University. We are one of the largest universities in Europe. We have more than 170,000 formal students. 38% of part-time undergraduates in the UK are taught by us. We are truly open. We have no formal entry requirements. We are open to disadvantaged students and also to students with disabilities. 1 in 8 OU students has a disability. And we also offer opportunities, second chances to students that want to upskill, reskill, pursue a new career, or change their career trajectory. 66% of our undergraduate students are mature students. They are over 25 years old. And also 3 in 4 of our students are already in the job market, are already working. We are also closely collaborating with the industry. We have more than 1,000 employers in the OU in the UK using the OU learning solutions to develop their work staff. Next slide, please. The Knowledge Media Institute. This is my institute. This was founded in 1995, and it is a strategic R&D center for the Open University. We are at the forefront of research on semantic and new media technologies. We currently have about 90 members from more than 20 different nationalities, and we also feature a thriving internship program. We are mostly externally funded. Over 70% of our staff is funded from external sources, from national projects and also from European projects. We focus on grounded research, solving fundamental problems by creating generic solutions that are applied to concrete user settings. And we strive to have high academic and also user impact. Finally, we are collaborating. Can you go to the previous slide, please? We are collaborating with blue chip companies, with SMEs, with universities, governments, the local community, charities, schools, and more. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much, Alex. Antigoni Panayotis, who is going to present your wonderful research center here. Okay.
Hi, Maria. Hi, everyone. Nice seeing you again all. So I'm here to present the Social Computing Research Center, the Cyprus Interaction Lab of the Cyprus University of Technology. Starting, next slide, please, with the Social Computing Research Center, that is a newly established multidisciplinary social computing research center at the university, which is committed at social computing research in a broad sense, creating a hub for high-impact multidisciplinary research in the area, addressing key societal challenges. Next slide, please. The Cyprus Interaction Lab is the only human-computer interaction and learning technology lab in Cyprus. Next slide, please, which focuses on 3 research pillars aiming to design with people and the community in mind, aiming to produce research with real-world impact. We seek to understand the significant, supportive, and mediating role of technology in promoting learning, communication, and collaboration, as well as social change in various contexts. And our work aims towards theoretical and practical frameworks in 3 thematic areas that we will see in the next slide. Starting, next slide, please. With embodied play and learning using technology. Here, our main question is how can technologically mediated play-like activity can enrich the learning expertise and support the development of knowledge, skills, and competences based on the assumption that we learn as we play while engaging with our bodies and brains. Next slide, please. The second pillar is interaction design and learning spaces. And the key question that we aim at answering here is how can we use technology and design to nourish spaces like classrooms, museums, etc., for mediating processes between people and products, and people and the environment. Next slide, please. The final pillar is inclusive design and social change using technology. And under this pillar, the main question that we aim to answer is how can computing and emerging technologies enact the inclusion of the disabled or underrepresented in societal activities and experiences.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Antigone. Antonio, are you here? Do we have Antonio here? Okay. He can always. Okay, so Pixel is our partner also in this project, and Antonio Giordano and Dr. Elisabetta Deledone are our project partners here. And I will not say many things about the organization, just that it is an international organization, and they are working on several European projects. This organization is based in Italy, in Florence, and they are organizing many international conferences, and also a master on project management. And they have also, let's say, a very good connection with language learning projects. And this is why we have invited them to our consortium. If Antonio comes later, he can always, I can give him the word to say a few more things about his organization. Very nice. So now I'm stop sharing, and we will close this first part with the presentation of Panayotis. Panayotis will, okay. Panayotis, are you here?
Yeah, I'm here.
So nice to see you.
Nice to see you too. Can I share my screen?
Of course, you can share. One moment here.
Yeah,
you are co-host.
It seems that
wonderful.
Can you see my screen now?
Yes, of course. We can see it.
Let me. Okay. Okay. So, shall I start?
Of course, we are looking forward to your presentation. I'm now used to all these presentations. For the last 2 weeks, we have all these events again and again. So yes, I'm used to that. I want to see you next week again. So I'm passing the word to you.
Okay, thank you. So, hello everyone. I'm Panayotis Kosmas from Cyprus. I was the project manager on behalf of Cyprus University of Technology for this project, and I will present you. I'll give you an overview of the results we have received regarding the first output of the project. mapping the language learning profile of the Erasmus Plus KA1 mobility participants. The aim of this output and the aim of this research is to gather information about the language needs of the participants who involved in this kind of mobility under the Erasmus Plus Key Action 1. And we would like to provide a piece of new knowledge regarding their needs and their profiles, with the overall aim to emphasize the need for building new strategies or policies in order to enhance and facilitate further the mobility in this context of Erasmus+. And finally, to contribute to the idea of multilingualism across Europe. We believe that gathering all this information about the people who participated in the past in these mobilities, the impact will be to inform those people about some possible language or cultural requirements. And that's the reason that we have created the platform based on their specific needs. We believe that our conclusions and our results from this output will be helpful for higher education institutions and probably for the Erasmus Plus offices and program officials, because we'll help them to design better policies, mobility policies and strategies, and to support and further the participants during their mobilities. We adopted a mixed research method approach. We have collected quantitative data through an online questionnaire and qualitative data from semi-structured interviews with European Union KA1 mobility key stakeholders in the 4 countries of the consortium: UK, Greece, Cyprus, and Italy. As I said before, more specifically, the aim of the questionnaire was to not only to address the needs, the language and cultural needs of the participant, but also to find out what are their motivation, expectation, and what are the challenges that they face during their mobility. For that reason, the questionnaire was divided in 4 parts, including questions regarding their profiles, country of origin, etc., regarding their expectation and the benefits, and regarding their language and cultural needs, and of course, questions about their learning preferences, on how they want to learn a language in an online learning environment for this purpose. So regarding the qualitative data set and the interviews, we wanted to conduct interviews as well in order to collect additional information and identify the linguistic and cultural needs of all the Erasmus Plus participants. In total, we have conducted 9 semi-structured interviews with key stakeholders in this area. Now the results. These are the results that we have received. So far, the questionnaire is still open by the end of this week. I will share with you by the end of the presentation the questionnaire if you want to share with us your experience regarding your mobility. So from the total of 497 responses, we analyzed the data for the 282 participants and questionnaires, fully completed questionnaires, people who actually participated in long-term and short-term mobility. We have people from 32 countries around Europe, and most of them were higher education students. Regarding the duration, we have people who participated in long-term mobility, and the majority of them, 62.8% of the participants participated in more than a month in a mobility, but also we have some people, 32.6%, who participated in a mobility less than a month for a short-term mobility, mainly school education staff or higher education staff who participate in this kind of mobilities for training purposes. Regarding and focusing on their motivation and expectations and the needs of the mobility, it seems that the majority of them, the majority of the participants chose to be involved in those activities in order to gain academic work or study experience in another European Union country, while other reasons include to improve their professional qualifications, improve their language skills in a foreign language, or to improve or gain language skills for specific purposes. Now, regarding the linguistic challenges that they faced during the mobility, it seems that the biggest challenge, according to the participants, is to communicate in everyday instances, but also other challenges to consider is the difficulty to understand the academic language, and also to understand some regional accents or dialects in the host country. Regarding the participants' learning preferences in an online language learning environment, the higher percentage said that the information preferred that the information to be presented in a visual way, almost the 70%, which is the majority of the respondents, while other people preferred other way of learning, of the way of learning. Now, the qualitative data set focus on the following themes. Our thematic analysis focused on the linguistic needs of the participants, like cultural needs, the benefits of the mobility, and also we have received some useful recommendations from our interview sessions about the platform and about the way we can support those people. According to the responses from the interviews, the linguistic needs of both outcoming and incoming participants, it's the most important factor for a successful mobility. It seems that these needs probably affect their motivation, their expectations regarding the mobility. Interviewees also argued that mobility offers a lot of offers to the participants a lot of opportunities to develop social or personal skills, such as developing collaborations and networking. The adaptability is also very important skill, the intercultural communication, the improvement of language skills, professional opportunities to work in another European country, communication skills, of course, and also the development of specific academic competencies. To conclude, combining the results of questionnaire and interviews, we found that the participants in the KA1 Erasmus Plus mobility need, of course, linguistic support via training seminars or language courses or other means of support. It seems that the linguistic needs is one of the most important factors for an effective and successful mobility, and this is the main priority of the participants. And finally, we found that the Erasmus Plus participants, the people who responded to our questionnaires, would enjoy the use of an open educational resource in order to boost their language skills and enhance their mobility. As I mentioned earlier, the questionnaire is still open, and if you have this experience with a mobility under the Erasmus Plus KA1 action, we would love to hear your experiences. That's all from my side, and now I will share the.
I have done.
Okay.
Thank you so much,
Thank you.
Panagiotis. Thank you so much. I don't know if you have any questions. I see on the chat here.
Maria, we don't hear you.
You don't hear me?
We
Now we are hearing you.
Now you can hear me?
Yes.
No,
Yes.
what happened? I just okay. Okay.
As I said, Maria, the questionnaire is still open. Some more days more.
Yes, we are
So
still searching for more views. Why not? Yes. Until we close everything, we have the questionnaire open. Okay. So I think that this is quite interesting to see also, in the end, all the feedback that we will get. I'm really looking forward to that. But it is interesting that from what we got so far, that what they are looking for, all these people who are going to a mobility, is to learn, of course, the language, and then about the culture. But yes, it is quite interesting, because in the beginning they are searching for trying to learn and to practice some basic, let's say, communication, some basic to learn a basic vocabulary, some basic, let's say, linguistic expressions and all that. And but what we have found out is that it is not a really, how can I say, common, that all people who take an Erasmus mobility, when they return from this mobility, they can speak this language even in the A1 level. So
yeah, that's true.
yeah, I was thinking that maybe this can happen, for languages that are more, I don't know,
Common or
yes, more complicated probably.
yeah.
But most of them, they try to speak in English. So this is something that it is interesting, because from one side they want to learn something, they want to explore the culture, but from the other side, they practice their English. So
this is the challenge, I think, because they use English in their everyday communication, and for many participants, it is not so important to learn the language of the host country. Yeah, this is a challenge.
But in some cases, when this is combined with searching for a job, we have seen that you know, there is a motivation and they want to learn and to practice the language as soon as possible. So it has to do also with the motivation. So now I don't know, before we go to this nice, we can have a screen break. I don't know, you can, I think you can see, okay, what I am showing, okay. I don't know, Antonio, are you here? Do you want to introduce yourself, to say hi? Because, are you here?
Yes, I am.
Oh, okay, I'm happy.
Sorry for
Welcome back.
not being there earlier, but
Okay.
I was doing a training, and sorry for the mask. But
It's wonderful, Antonio.
yeah, it is the only one which allows me to work without any kind of problem to the glasses and so on. So yeah, it is not really, it is informal, let's say.
Yeah.
But we have to, because the situation is getting worse, and we have to, well, fortunately, we are still in the office until now, but let's see what happens. So about the offices, yes, because I represent Pixel. Pixel is a training agency which is located in Florence, Italy. We are partner in the OPENLang Network European project, and we are really happy to be there. What Pixel does, we organize mobility initiatives, training courses on several subjects. In particular, we have a kind of knowledge on European project planning and management. For this reason, we support partners in submitting and managing European projects, and we are partners in several projects like the OPENLang Network project. As I said, we organize training courses, 2 of them with a specific focus on European project planning and management, as well as an international master, which already reached its 10th edition on European project planning and management. And we also organize 3 yearly conferences. One is in March, which is New Perspective in Science Education. Another one, which is in June, and the name of the conference is The Future of Education. And the last one, which is maybe the one which is more linked to this project, is in November, and it is about innovation in language learning. And those are maybe keywords which have been and will be further discussed in the framework of this multiplier event. That's us. And again, sorry for not being there before, but I was having a training and I was the trainer, which is quite unusual for me, but I had to do that, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to present myself and to present Pixel in the framework of this multiplier event. And thanks, Maria, for just letting me know that it was my turn, but okay, we did it in the end.
That is, thank you so much for introducing yourself to our wonderful audience here today. So now let's see how many minutes do we have. We can have 10 minutes break, okay, and we can return with our second keynote speaker. So our Dr. Javier Atenas. We are looking forward to her speech and to meet her and to listen to her. So you can have a break and then we can meet in 10 minutes. Okay, see you in a while. Okay, hello again. I hope you enjoyed your short screen break. Okay. I'm waiting for your feedback. So are you here? Shall we continue? Okay. Yeah, okay, really, guys, you can hear me. Absolutely. Okay, now I can, because without feedback, I don't know what to do. Okay, now it's wonderful. Thank you so much. So before we go, we start. I don't know if you have any questions. Okay, you can hear me clearly. Okay, so I would like to introduce our wonderful keynote speaker, Dr. Javier Atenas. Javier, are you here?
Yes, I was connecting the camera. Hello,
Oh,
everyone.
so nice to hear you and see you.
Welcome.
Hello.
Okay, so nice to, thank you so much for accepting our invitation and give a keynote speech to our event. I would like to introduce you. First of all, I would like to say that Javier Atenas is a wonderful researcher, first of all, a wonderful person. And I am really happy to see her here. She is a senior lecturer at the University of Suffolk in UK. And she will discuss today about OERs. And she has found this very nice title, Lost in Space and Lost in Translation. So she will introduce in a way, give us an understanding about what is the challenge with the OERs. In her presentation, she will focus in showcasing ways to catalyze open education through policies that are not just effective, but reward the use and production of OER, fostering capacity building, widening participation, equity, fairness, social justice, and innovation through communities of practice that co-create knowledge in the shape of OERs as a key to ensure these become sustainable and don't continue to get lost in space and lost in translation, as one of the key features of OERs are not the licenses, the quality, the design, or the content, but the communities that bond actors and stakeholders around open education. So wonderful. I would also like to say a few more things about what you do. You hold a PhD in education and a senior research. You are also a senior lecturer in learning and teaching enhancement at the University of Suffolk and an adjunct professor in open education of the University of Nova Gorica. Javiera is a member of the UNESCO OER Dynamic Coalition. Her research is focused in two main areas: open education for the higher education sector and academic development. Her recent work aims at fostering the development of critical data literacy and higher education, grounded on the concept of ethics as a method, and also in promoting the adoption of elements of data agency, ethics, and privacy in open education and digital education policies. I'm so impressed. So my lovely, thank you so much. And I give the word to you and I stop share my screen. And of course you can share your own slides.
Thank you, Maria, and thank you, colleagues, and I'm really, really honored to be here. If you find that I have a strange voice, it's because I got my booster 2 days ago and basically knocked me down.
Oh,
so,
really? Oh, yeah. We can see you and hear you very well. But
yeah, okay.
I hope you feel better in the next I don't know, hours, days. But I hope you get better.
Yeah, I have a funny voice because basically it knocked me down, but I'm really grateful of the NHS in the UK for giving me the vaccine.
Of course.
Can you see the screen?
Yep.
Okay, let me open it as a slideshow. Okay, is it? So there.
Super.
Thank you very much, Maria. Thank you very much, colleagues, for having me today. What I want to do with you is to have a conversation mostly about what is going on with OERs a bit of what we'll be discussing with the UNESCO OER Coalition, what it's happened when we talk about OERs with other people, and when I can see your project, to think about what it's going to happen with what the great resources that you have produced, maybe in the next 5 to 7 years. So when Maria invited me to do this workshop, I thought about a title that been a running joke between friends, because we always thought about writing a paper called OERs that lost in space and lost in translation. Two of my favorite films. So when we think about the landscape of open education, we see where are these OERs, where we can find them, what's been happening with the production of OERs in the last decade, since, let's say, the Paris Declaration, that was 2012. So we are nearly 10 years there. But what's been going on? My perception after all these years in the field is that open education is not just about the licenses or the Rs or the quality standards. It's about the communities of practice. What people do with OER is to foster capacity building, wider participation, promote equity, promote fairness, and aim at thriving social justice. These are the mottos why people keep doing OERs, despite lots of barriers, lots of challenges that we all met at some point in our lives. Why I keep training people? Why I keep trying to make more inclusive OERs? Why I'm trying to make that the OERs are promote equity, that everyone can understand them, everyone can access them. How I make my OERs fair? What's the reason why I actually try to make education more participatory? And aim like that everyone has access to quality materials. So thinking about social justice. My dear colleague, Cristina Razzi, just published a paper this week, and they have a quote that actually shocked me, because it's in the higher education sector, one of the things that makes it work is this engine that creates and disseminates knowledge. Yeah, but higher education is not about the knowledge. Again, higher education is about the humans, our relationship with each other, the communities, the society, and these interactions that can empower us and our students to make a positive change. And I think that we are basically in the same line. When I think it doesn't matter about the license, it doesn't matter much about how many Rs your OER has. What it matters is that there's a community creating the things behind. And there's a community that's been supporting you to get to make an OER. But when we talk about where are these OERs, where I can find them, they're so difficult to trace sometimes. And I think they're sometimes lost in space. At ecosystem level, okay, open education ecosystem level, OER has a meaning beyond their material existence. Yeah, and I think it's because there is a group of very stubborn educators, librarians, and people in general that have defended them. There is so little support, so little encouragement to produce OER, but here we stay. We've been producing OERs for 10, 15 years already. And people say, well, but you're not getting anything for doing that. It doesn't matter, but we believe in them. So when we produce an OER, then we put it into a repository, and then they close down that repository, you don't feel defeated. You feel defeated for a while, but then you're like, no. I have to put this thing back again. Because there's always the feeling that you create something, but then it vanishes. And one of the issues that what we think it's been happening, and this is it's normally conversations with colleagues like Crisi or Leo Haberman and other open education scholars, is because for a very long time, and this is kind of bringing in what Panayotis said in the previous talk, it's about the policies. For a very long time, the policies were focused on the R of OE. So creating resources, producing resources, but they were designed in a very short span of time with very, very little sustainability approach. A policy normally talks about in a time-wise about 5 years. So the policies tend to focus a lot into OER production and quite a lot heavy on the licensing elements, although they don't think about their practices behind the production of OER. And those practices don't seem to have the same value, for example, that the universities tend to promote quite heavily, open access. Open access are very, very well rewarded because this is the way that you get promotions in your career ladder. The most open access you kind of publish, or the most, in the case of the UK, we're under a mandate by the Research Council to publish everything in open access, otherwise we cannot go through promotions. So as the focus has been the R, or the management of the R, the open educational resource, and the repositories, for example, they are less fun in comparison to open access or open science now, which is like the new trend. There are very little fundings available for the development of OERs, the management of OERs, but then the advancement of the Rs, because the policies should be focused on the practices, not just in the element. And one of the reasons why there was a boom of repositories until 2015-16, and then they failed because all the money went into the open access repositories, but they didn't include OERs into the open access repository. So the ecosystem, like the repository ecosystems in universities, is fragmented. And the ones that tend to vanish and disappear in thin air were actually OER ones. If we look at the distribution of policies, so where the money goes, yeah, because mostly money goes into priorities or into mandates, we can see that open access policies are the ones that basically are the most operative one because they come from mandates. So the Research Council said, and also Europe, also Plan B, said that you have to put money and funds and support for opening up research. For strategic priorities, we can see that there are some OER policies, but basically very, very focused on the R. Mostly is, yes, it's kind of the US case. Loads of policies focus on the opening of textbooks. And there's some digital education policies that have an inclusion of open education within them. But open education policies, they are more comprehensive, or open knowledge policies, they are more comprehensive than have open science, open access, or and open education together are basically invisible. They're not anywhere. There are some cases, for example, of countries that have a national action plan with an open education component, and that was the case of the previous national action plan of Greece, that they had a component of open education to have a platform for heritage and on open education and in the national action plan. But I don't know how much of that compromise, how much of the element was accomplished by Greece. So if we think about where are the OERs, why I think they are lost in space, as there is a lack of sustainability of projection for making OERs available and visible and accessible for a long period of time, it's quite difficult to keep them alive or visible. You tend to put things into your institutional repository, and then the funds got cut out, and then you don't have a repository anymore, so everything faded. And happened with I think it was Durham, the repository in the UK. That was a national repository where everyone in the UK was putting OERs, and one day, gone. It was gone. How could you save those things? That's quite difficult because some universities manage to save their own resources, but then there is no funding for those repositories either. So where you save them? There is a lack of support, and when I mean lack of support, I mean lack of material, economic support to maintain repositories and portals. The few repositories that are still in action haven't developed into the level of interoperability that open access repositories have. So it's really easy to trace open access papers, but it's very, very hard to trace OERs between repositories, because I don't know why the infrastructure is not so interoperable. For example, open access and also data portals. Data portals are fantastic in general. Everything is interoperable, but not with OER. There is an issue with metadata as well. That's also affects the interoperability. So the description of OERs is not very clear. So sometimes you struggle to find things around. There used to be a great unified area in Europe called Open Education Europe that also vanished in thin air. So there is not a shared space where interconnect the initiatives. The same is happening with the OER world map, that it's been put on hold for a while. We don't know when it's going to kick off again. So where do we put things? Where do we share things? Where is the central hub to retrieve OERs? And also what I think it's also a personal perception is the lack of provision of dedicated software or open software to adapt OER, because OERs come in different shapes and forms. So how you manage to get a software, for example, to produce automated subtitles in an open educational video from YouTube. So there are such a technical elements, mostly like socio-political technical elements, that are harnessing or difficulty not only supporting OERs, but also keeping them in a sustainable, let's say, ecosystem, that things don't disappear or vanish every 4 years. Lost in translation. Adapting, remixing, contextualizing, translating OER, it's difficult. It's a hard work. Every one of us have tried to ever translate something. It's not just a translation of it. You need to put it into context. You need to provide an example that is familiar. People can feel familiar with the OER, for example. Again, and one of the reasons is why it's so hard, it's because there is a scarcity of software that facilitates the adoption of OERs. So and also the encouragement or the little funding available is given to educators and librarians is to produce new OER, not to adapt them or translate them. So contextualization doesn't seem to be very, very, very important. One of the things that you think, okay, I'm going to translate. I'm going to produce OERs that people will be able to translate. For example, when you're teaching languages, and if you're teaching, let's say, Korean, and your OER is English to Korean, maybe I want to translate to teach Spanish to Korean. But then how do I find a software, or how do I find a mean when it's not raw, because normally it's like sheets and pieces of work to translate this? It's quite unlikely they're going to get any funding to do that. Most of the funding is going to create something new. It would be great if, like, for example, the MOOC that OPENLang produced gets funding to be translated. But it's quite likely that the funding will go into creating a new OER. It does happen with us with the OER OpenMed project. We also created a sort of MOOC for creating OERs. But now, instead of like getting funding to translate it, because it's quite impossible, we did three versions of it. But if we wanted to expand, nobody will give us any funding for that. If we look into the production landscape of OER, the main producer is the United States. Yeah, this is quite blatant, mostly because they have the production of open textbooks, and because they have a machinery of producing OER. So the translation normally tends to be from English to any other languages. But it's quite hard, mostly, for example, if you see like the practical guides for OER, and this is something that we did, like a scoping that we did with Gemma Santos. Most of the practical guides for OERs, different subjects, or where to find OERs in different subjects, are in a software called LibGuide. This is the library guides that the libraries in the university sector use, but this is a proprietary software. So most of the OER guidance from the US, which is the main producer, are in a proprietary software that you cannot just download and adapt. That's the first kind of challenge. So once you manage to adapt it, then you have to translate and contextualize and recontextualize the guide into how to OER for physics, for example. but then you don't have the platform of the software to translate. So, and you don't have the funding. So at the end of the day, it's way easier to just go and produce something new. So producing OERs that is in editable format. It's a good idea. Although how you do that with videos? Where do you leave the raw video where people can just download the video and then put subtitles and captions in another language? I know that the team in Ljubljana we're trying to do something for automated translation of OERs using artificial intelligence. And actually, this is a very interesting project but then it's hard to crack in the format of the OER. It's hard when people publish like lots of guides are in PDF. You have to open up the PDF. Or if you have an audio file like a podcast, how you translate a podcast. So it's kind of thinking of the challenges. That's why OER gets lost in translation. If we look at the distribution of how policies address all these issues about open education, in North America, most of, for example, which is the main producer of OER, are open textbooks, and it's actually kind of start pulling out in the UK as well, because they're so expensive that it really affects students' life cycle. So one of the ideas is to keep producing textbooks. But how you adapt an entire textbook? Adapting and translating an entire textbook takes time and money. So is there any funding, for example, to translate or to adapt open textbooks in medicine or in physics from English in the US to French or to Spanish? If there is no capacity in the sector, not on the translation side, but in the funding side of things, how are we going to translate all these beautiful textbooks that the United States are producing? If we look, for example, what Latin America is doing with policy, they tend to focus a bit more into the practical side of open education. Is to develop open education policies and open educational practices. So kind of supporting academic sharing. If you see some of our contracts, everything we produce belongs to our universities. So when you flexibilize that, when you flexibilize the ownership of content at contract level in higher education, people can share more, which is something that doesn't happen very often in Europe, because you tend to have like a really restrictive IP policy for the universities. Whatever you produce with the university under your contract of the university belongs to the university. In Latin America, they're trying to flexibilize that a little bit, just to allow more sharing. In Asia, there is quite a lot of component with the work with Open Government Partnership to try to opening up policies on education and having to use more kind of open educational techniques and practices. Mostly on the side of open science is kind of leading towards that. But yeah, this is kind of the landscape. And of course, the least commons are, and there's less and less in Africa and the labor market. And even though Africa is mostly Francophone and English, for them, it's really hard to adapt and contextualize, because it's the context what matters more than the language in here. It's contextualize the OERs. Because again, lack of software to adapt things, lack of technology, and most of them needs to be reproduced in a very, very low bandwidth. Because if you can have the most flashy interactive videos, but then their bandwidth cannot support them. So one of the issues that Africa has is like they can mostly work with OERs that are adaptable for low internet capacity. Printable objects for them are great. So it's kind of how we make sure that everyone has equal access. In my case, when we look at the OER landscape, what we think we see when we talk about OERs is just OERs in general. We see textbooks, we see videos, we see MOOCs, we see, I don't know, podcasts. But underneath, pushing up all that work is the communities of practice. And you clearly are one. I could hear you talking, you know everyone, you've been working with everyone, and I'm sure that outside this community, you have another community of practice where you talk about OERs and you get people engaged to producing open educational resources or using resources. This is what makes this community interesting, the community of open educators. What is important is not the resource itself or the resources that we produce, but also the community and the workforce and the way that we produce as a community of practice. And I think belonging to your own national community of practice and you belong to the international community, you start meeting people around and then you start doing things around, and this is where international corporations come from. It doesn't come from nowhere. They always come because you met someone that knows someone that were doing something very cool around open education and you really want to meet with them. And this is where you create these little communities of practice. And I think this is why we need to take care of things mostly. It's rather than being obsessed with the OER itself, we need to find mechanisms to make them sustainable. But the only way to make them sustainable is the work and the lobby that us as a community of practice or us as various communities of practice can do to ensure that our policies promote a sustainable approach to open education. It's our responsibility to co-create the policies in the institutions that we work, or to catalyze policies, say, okay, if we're going to make things that I want them to be translated, we need to publish them in a way or in a format that make things adaptable. The machine in my head, because this is all in my head, works from, this is a group of open educators. The educators can catalyze OER and policies. It's our lobby, it's our work, is to make sure that when policy opportunities are presented, you come and have your say. This is, for example, some things that it's quite interesting that the policies or the national action plans in open government partnership. It's because communities of educators have gone to the OGP meetings and said, okay, we want to have a country committing to foster open education. So they go sit and get a compromise from the country into catalyzing open education for a few years. When it's a group of educators that go and talk to the Ministry of Education and say, hey, we need a more supportive platform. We need more support into having a space for a national repository. But our activity needs to be more lobbyistic in a way. It needs to be like, okay, we know there's an issue with policies. How can I, as both stakeholder and the person will catalyze the policy, will enact a policy as well, how can I make sure that I have say in the policies? And that my policy not only thrives on like a technical environment or social technical environment of OERs, but also driving things towards social justice. So in a way or another, how I perceive like the main characters of these communities are the educators. So the people that produce resources, that they share with the practices, that they train others, that supports others in adopting practices. So this is kind of people. Then you have the learning technologies, where basically the people that do the really cool things with OERs, and the ones that know all the technologies, so they can basically develop things out of scratch, and they do basically really shiny, nice things. And then you have the librarians that been basically silently working with our community, because they are never up front. They're always like in the background, doing all the training, or doing the training resources, doing all the guides, running all the trainings in the library, writing the Open Access Week, the Open Education Week, the Open Science Week. They are the ones running loads of events. The libraries, it's kind of part of this group of stakeholders. These three characters need to work together to enable policies that are beneficial and advantageous for the production of OERs. It's not just a teacher, it's our own colleagues that actually help us doing work. In terms of community of practice, practitioners, practitioners, me here, tend to get very little recognition for producing OERs. Nobody thinks that it's important. It doesn't count for our promotions or for our recognition. But has that deterred us for doing open educational resources? No, I don't think so. It's kind of, well, you don't give me an award, doesn't matter. I'll keep doing it because I think it's worth doing it. Because I think this community of practice, or every community of practice around OER, has a genuine interest in advancing open education. In the communities, and both librarians and educators are the ones that build the capacity. So let's put efforts together and let's build capacity together. And let's demonstrate when we're gonna try to go for a policy making exercise with our institution, in saying, this is how we should train our community. So I think, again, it's mobilize action. The role of the communities is to mobilize action, action at policies, enable them, lobbying, be co-responsible for creating them, because we cannot keep expecting that a good policy will come from senior management. We have to be part of the co-creation process to ensure that basically these are impactful, meaningful, and sustainable in our communities, and that OERs that we produce have an impact to our students. So if you want to think about how to co-create, follow a bit like the co-creation standard from OGP that can basically be put into practice at institutional level. Kind of policies that are equitable, non-hierarchical processes, so where everyone has a say and has a voice, that includes our students in the co-creation task, because that kind of brings a sense of co-ownership of the policy. So basically, if you want a good policy, you have to have a say. The community is at the center of the policy co-creation. We need different arenas. We need online arenas. We need face-to-face arenas to co-create policy, and we need to look into all the policies as well to learn what other communities of practice or the institutions are doing to have a good comparative framework. So my recommendations, if you want to be a strong community, if you don't want your OERs to get lost in the next, say, 4 years when the website domain expires, just make sure that you have a policy in place, or you have several policies in place where you've been a principal actor of the field that will maintain access to the OERs that you produce for the next maybe 10, 15 years. We have a book on that. I'm happy to share it a bit later. But so far, if anyone has any questions or comments, just let me know.
Thank you so much for your wonderful keynote speech. We have comments here. I can see that Fakharuddin says here, OER is one of the best ways to reduce educational content copyright violations. So absolutely, yes, we absolutely agree. And NS says that need of time too. So one positive and one negative aspect of OERs we can see here. I don't know, I have many things to ask, because this is only, you pointed out all these things that are open for discussion, because it's a discussion that we are doing for the last, I don't know, 10 years. And I think that we will continue doing this, because apparently the message, I don't know, they haven't received the message so far. This is what I have seen. So we need, as you said, we need a sustainable approach to open education, because even if we create all this and we put our effort in this and we create open educational resources, we share. We have some platforms, but we don't know all these, how long they will be there, how long we will be able to go back and find these resources. So it's I don't know, it's a question, a big question. And of course, you said many other things that you discussed about the central hub that we need in order to sustain such an ecosystem. But again, we haven't found something like this. And I'm really wondering what is going on. I mean, I don't know. What do you think? I can ask you some things that I have in my mind. For example, do you think that introducing OERs, it would be nice to introduce this to our curriculum so people know about that at school, at higher education? I don't talk only about higher education. I'm just going, back to the school age. From this age, you need to understand what is all about creating material and sharing this material and co-create and build upon and all that. One question is about curriculum, and the other question is about training in institutions and what is happening to your institution, because I know that you are working in this field.
Okay, so curriculum-wise, I think the pandemic, it's been the catalyzer for open education. And then one of the things that I've seen mostly like at school level, we saw something called digital poverty and digital divide. Lots of children during the pandemic lockdowns in every country didn't have access to internet. And with copyrighted materials, things couldn't be printed out. So lots of teachers put their hands on into creating guides and resources that could be printed out and taken home by the parents. So one of, for example, is my nephew's school, because in my nephew's school, there are children from basically every sector. And there were some kids, they didn't have internet. So basically teachers put their heads down, printed up sets of like weekly materials and handing it over to the parents. If hopefully not, and there is a next pandemic in 7, 8 years, we need to make sure that every single schools have access to open educational resources that are also printable to narrow the digital divide and the poverty, let's say internet poverty elements. So every children will have access to a pack of teaching and learning materials, because not everyone can be connected to Zoom classes in households where parents were working from home. So they have 2 laptops. Well, the kids should have been studying at the same time. So which house has 5 laptops? When you have a family of 3 kids plus 2 parents, nobody have access to that. So it created a lot of strain and struggles in the families. So one of the issues, like when we think about open educational resources, we need to think about something that it's, in case of emergency, break the glass, print it out, take it home. And also affects the realities of countries that have connectivity issues, like happens in Latin America, happens in Africa, happens in Asia as well. So it also happens in rural areas of Europe. Europe is not just central capitals. There is some areas of towns lost in the middle of nowhere. So that basically internet is just very bad.
Yeah.
That's the first one. And the second one is I made a commitment for open education. I try to publish as much as I can in open access. I try to make everything I possibly can open, but also I would say around 90% of the reading, because we're just launching a postgraduate certificate in academic practice for my school. So basically, we're going to be training people that comes from other sectors into how to become an academic. Most of the resources are open access, and part of the work is to produce OERs, and part of the task is to work with their own students into co-creating resources for co-creation of knowledge, so OERs again. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. I can read some questions.
Yes, I see here some comments coming. But I really liked also what you said before about the justice and yes, being able to just download, the book and to have the resources at school, even in Africa. This is just wow. It's a wonderful thing to do, and this is the power also of open educational resources. Okay, let's see here. Okay, sharing some things. Okay, Abdul Salam says that I recently commenced taking the OPENLang Network online course on OER. It has been quite resourceful so far. Look forward to connecting more with the presenters, learning more from you. Thank you so much for your feedback and for starting, for joining. Let's say also this how can I say, this course to learn more about open educational resources. I think that what we are missing here, generally speaking, it is awareness. I mean, everyone should know and learn about this, because you know, with our students in everyday practice, what we do is to create content. You know, we always ask, you know, for you know, preparing a presentation for you know, for next lesson. Many times they prepare and they share all this, and I ask, where did you find all these pictures? For example, where did you find this material? Was it openly, you know, accessible to you? What is this? You know, what is about rights? So it is not only us, it is not only you know, researchers or teachers to know about this, but it's also another philosophy. It's about what you said before. We need all together to understand that it is wonderful to contribute and to share all this information, to create all these communities of practices, and in this to be involved all together. You know, teachers and students. It just. This is what we see, that it is coming, it has come, and it is here. It's the spirit of lifelong learning. You see that, I don't know, before Christina has described to us, has presented her e-Tandem MOOC, for example, for languages. And she was discussing about how they are building a bomb, and they're working for the last almost 10 years on let's say on a project, because things change all the time, and we go back and we try to give to update what we do. So this is important. We need to understand that we need to have all this to have access to what we do and to be able to update it as well. And alone you can not do anything. This is what I understand. It's not something that you do alone. I see. Okay, we have the literacy of can be included. Of course, it should be included. The literacy of Creative Commons licenses, yes, because it is an unknown. In many cases, we can see that you know, even teachers don't know how to read the license to read, so to understand what they can do with one resource. So if we know how to use them, we know how also to share our own content. So what rights we can give to the others and what they can do with our work. I don't know any other comments or questions. If you want, you can open your microphone also to jump in our discussion. It would be nice to hear you also. I don't know, but so far we saw in our MOOC that there is an interest in what we have done, and I think that now we just you know, started this. We prepared something, and it would be nice people to come and find us. This is what I see, and from the research that we have done, it is so, as you said before about English language, most, you know, of the OER material that is produced in USA, it is everything is written in English, for English language also, most of the material. But we have so many wonderful languages all over, isn't it, all over the world? So this is it is really nice to see also material in other languages as well. And what you said about translating a resource, it's a huge, you know, challenge. So something that you find, for example, you can find a nice course book of history, and you want to share it on your own in another language. So you find this information and you want to translate it. Wow, yes. It's I mean, this is something that I don't know, I can see it, after many years. For now, we don't have the basics. I believe that we don't have common policies. We don't have the hub, as we said before. The basic stuff is missing, even though we're discussing about that for so many years.
Yeah, and to translate a handbook, you need a community. You cannot do it by one person. That's impossible. The best adaptations of things that I've seen, it's mostly like maths, algebra, things that are kind of straightforward. But yeah, but that needs like 4 or 5 people doing the translation of an algebra textbook.
Absolutely. So let's hope and let's I don't know, be optimistic and positive. And I don't know, Farahundin, Fakharuddin, do you want to say something? I see your hand is raised.
Yeah, sure. May I?
Of course, of course.
Okay, thank you very much for the time. Thank you very much for the presentation. Yeah, you're talking about OER. Thank you. I'm really glad to be able to attend the sessions and see about the policy and etc. about OER. I think it's my first time to see a clear what is the explanation of the policy itself when it comes to OER, not just about the, because as far as I know, the only thing that cover OER is the CC license itself. And I should say, I've just known OER for about 2 years recently, maybe since the pandemic and also the transformations of like we need a lot of massive learning resources, which we can find online, and it's quite uncommon and unfamiliar of OER in our country, my country itself in Indonesia. So that's why I said that OER is one of the best way to at least reduce violation toward educational content. Like nowadays, we can see a lot of people like sharing around books or PDFs, and yeah, I know it's a good thing to share things, but there are something that we need to understand. It's not thing to share in some kind of perspective. And when it comes to policy and when it comes to regulation and etc., that's why I think literacy of CC or common license, some kind of that is really needed, especially just like Maria said about using pictures, using videos of our students, etc. And yeah, when it comes to language, we know that English is one of the resources that we can find almost anywhere online. A lot of people sharing it, and nowadays I saw that a lot of people, like teachers, lecturers, professionals, practitioners, they're trying their best to produce a lot of resources that people can just access it online. And it's really nice to know that OER has opened more way, even though I should say it won't replace what we say by premium content, but at least it should reduce and open the awareness of there are some things that we cannot just share willy-nilly without the license or the copyrights of the owners, etc. So yeah, but the things, yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. I don't know, Javiera, if you want to add anything.
I think
well, yeah, the most we lobby for getting our universities to ensure that whatever we publish is open, and they facilitate openness to knowledge through IP policies at academia, will be less copyrighted products. So the copyright violation will be less of an issue, because if it's been funded by public funds, anything we produce should be made available to the public.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. So thank you very much. Thank you so much, all of you. Thank you so much, Javiera, for this insightful keynote speech. I think that you gave us many, things to reflect on. I think this is, as I said before, an open discussion, and I hope we have, many more opportunities to discuss about this in future and to share even news. I mean, more great opportunities to work on open educational resources. So thank you so much. And
Aristopoli,
thank
you, Aristopoli, for the invitation. Thank you very much, and have a lovely evening.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay,
I continue now. I will share my presentation here, and okay, I think that you can see. I would like, okay, I would like to continue now with the presentation of the pedagogical and design framework behind the OPENLang Network platform. And this was something that we have done, but we have developed, but the whole idea and the design behind this, it needed time and research in order to see how we could create an open interactive language learning environment. So I will introduce the main challenges and aims, and then I will discuss about, I will present the research methodology and what we have done, what is the framework that we have developed. So according to Appel and Stickler, teaching language online requires skills that are different from those used to teach language in face-to-face classrooms. It is also different from teaching other subjects online. Online language teaching skills needed to build on one another in a kind of pyramid, from the most general skills forming a fairly broad base to an apex of individual and personal styles. So as you can see here in this pyramid, and this is for us, this was a big challenge to understand that it's not the same teaching different subjects online. Teaching languages online, it requires specific skills that we need to have, as we need to pass and to enable this kind of interactivity in online language learning environments. So meaningful communicative interaction would hardly take place in a classroom without social cohesion. And for that, this is something that we need to also to bring in our online environments. So what we did in the context of the OPENLang Network Erasmus project was to develop a platform, let's say, an environment which envisages to connect all the Erasmus K1 mobility participants to an open, informal, and highly interactive environment which could support more efficiently their effort to develop their language skills of the target mobility European languages. So this is something that you probably have heard, but before you take a mobility, you need to take an online test, and then during this mobility, you can have a support. And then in the online a support from European Union by the online linguistic support. And then in the end, you take another test to see what abilities, what skills you have developed during the mobility, the Erasmus mobility. What we wanted to do is just to offer this platform and more, let's say, an open access before, during, after, but even after. I mean, a nice online language learning environment in which all people who want to take a mobility or they just love languages, they could practice they could find material, and they could also practice their language. So the research aim was, as I said, to design this open language learning environment, and also what we wanted was to offer social interaction, authenticity, exposure, feedback, and learner autonomy. And all these components are really important for the successful language learning. So here it is the research methodology that it was adapted. First, we conducted a literature review on the theoretical background of the online language education. Then we continue with the survey that was presented by Panagiotis Kosmas. And then we had also a round of interviews in 3 different countries, Greece, Cyprus, and Italy, in order to explore the language and cultural awareness needs of Erasmus K1 mobility participants involved specifically in long-term mobility activities. What we found from the literature review, revealed that there is a variety of theories, such as major learning theories, second language acquisition theories, foreign language acquisition theories, e-learning theories that are applied in different combinations to online language learning and teaching practice, according to the technical affordances and the pedagogical goals in every case. There are also interesting frameworks and models which can be applied in the context of computer-assisted language learning, depending on different educational goals. Frameworks and models related to social constructivism theories, connectivism, are preferred especially in the context of COL, because they promote task-based learning, social interaction, authentic learning, collaborative learning, personalized, autonomous, and self-directed learning, which are all crucial for learning a second or a foreign language. And here you can see a short overview of existing pedagogical models and applied in online language learning and teaching practice. But again, what we have found, there is not a specific, as I said, there are not specific theories only for adapted in online language learning and teaching practice. But as you see, there are different, let's say, theories that are applied in online education, generally speaking. What we found from the survey and the interviews is that there is a big need for linguistic support via training, seminars, or language courses for both outcoming and incoming participants. In fact, the findings of the OPENLang Network survey have confirmed previous research findings that have shown that the development of language proficiency and exploring a different culture are the main reasons to participate in an Erasmus mobility, as we said this before. Other research findings showed that there were participants who gave priority in advancing specifically their listening and communication skills as their general vocabulary, and secondly, participants preferred social learning, intercultural communication, and networking. In fact, all participants expressed their need for networking and collaboration between participants in the Erasmus K1 mobility in order to achieve cultural understanding and intercultural communication, as well as to build friendships or even professional opportunities for the future. So basically, yes, this was the aim and the motivation of taking a mobility. So in fact, yes, explore culture and another culture, another language, and why not find also why not another job. So in some cases, yes, it happened from what we saw. Okay. So the philosophy behind the design of the OPENLang Network framework, as I said before, based on all the feedback that we got from the questionnaires and the interviews and all that, what we did was to, in fact, try to see what kind of theories could apply best for the creation of our own framework. So the philosophy was inspired, our philosophy was inspired by a learner-centered social constructivism and connectivism pedagogical paradigm, blending a variety of pedagogical approaches and instructional strategies derived from the areas of computer-assisted language learning, e-learning, second language acquisition, and foreign language learning. So this is important, because as you see here, there are many things to take under consideration before you design such an environment. As you see here in this diagram, This environment is designed to provide multiple types of interaction to learners who belong in a community of language practice. Each learner of this environment, as you see, it is in the center and is seen that is an autonomous learner who can use the open educational material content, but also as a learner who can interact with other peers or the teacher in one-to-one pair or in small groups or even in a big community. Learners are placed at the center of the OPENLang network, as you see here, and that they are free to take their own personalized learning paths. As you see here in this diagram, the learners can select the mode of interaction and collaboration that they prefer. They can be, for example, learn autonomously or in groups or one-to-many. And they can choose among the available tools and services offered by the platform and control the amount of open material they want to use, reuse, share, as well as the duration of time that they need to spend for studying or practicing the target language or exploring a new culture. Each learner can practice the language of his or her choice by choosing a language partner, such as a peer, a group, or a teacher. So a learner in the OPENLang network belongs to a large community and has access to an open forum where he or she can start an interesting discussion about any topic he or she likes. The aspect is very important because the target group of users students face many challenges and difficulties. So in every phase of their mobility, so it is good to have access to such communities, to such open forums. Teachers also are invited because they play a significant role in this network, as they can support the community with their contribution, either as language partners or as members of the discussion area, or providing answer to questions that are related to linguistic topics, let's say, or as content contributors, because as we said, and as Alexander will also present in a while, all teachers and students, of course, they can contribute by sharing information. So open educational resources that they have created or they have found, they can share, evaluate, or recommend. What we have is also this, as I will discuss in another presentation, you have also the possibility to rate and to leave your comments to the open educational resources that are uploaded. So in general, the learning process is in accordance with the principle of self-paced, self-regulating, regulated learning, autonomous learning, and tandem learning, cooperative learning, community learning, connectivism, social constructivism. So this is all these are let's say, the main theories behind the design of this platform. And what we did here, as you see, in the beginning, we said we would like to provide this service of tandem learning one-to-one. But we have also, we thought that it would be also interesting to create small groups. So this is what we did in our second workshop. So it was nice, and we saw that it worked also very well to work in a small group and not only to one-to-one in tandem learning. I think people really enjoyed it, and this is what the feedback was really positive. And here you can see the different services that will be presented by Alexander Mikhailenedis. And I'm finishing now with this final diagram here, where you can see that everything is interconnected. The pedagogy, the instructional strategies and methods, as well as the learning technologies, the infrastructure, and the services that we offer. So creating, building, developing such online learning environments that need to be interactive and to facilitate language learning and practice, it's quite a challenge. And we hope that we have done something that you will like, because we have reflected a lot and researched a lot before we design it. And for the conclusions, first of all, not a single call theory for online language learning doesn't exist, as we said, and teaching there is no single call theory, but there are a variety of theories. The pedagogical models and frameworks which are applied more or less are mostly adapted from the field of e-learning and inspired by a blend of theories. As I said before, you need to reflect on the needs of the target group, the pedagogical implications and the technical affordances before you design such an environment. And also what we saw from the survey, we saw that the main reasons to participate in a mobility is the development of language proficiency and learning a different culture. And we think that in this kind of open environments, you can meet people and you can learn and you can practice the language and you can learn from each other. Let's say that is the aim, to provide such an environment. And again, it is important to have in mind that this training process doesn't stop, but it is a continuous process, because learning a language and practicing the language is something that we should continue in our life. This is how it goes. So thank you so much for your attention, and I will stop sharing my screen, and I will pass the word to my colleague Alexandros Mikhailenedis, who is going to describe and to discuss about the services that we have in the platform. And I'm looking forward to the presentation and to your comments. I don't know if you have any comments for me.
Thanks, Maria. I think it's been a very good introduction to the platform, because what you presented is basically the foundation, the pedagogical foundations for the platform, and for all of the work, that all the other outputs of the project, essentially all the services that are provided by the platform. They are based on this framework, and we have tried, to not to focus on a single pedagogy, but also use a blend of learning paradigms as you presented, which has been challenging, of course, because this is because language learning is quite a complicated and process, and needs and does require a mix of pedagogies, a wide range of pedagogies to be involved. So I'll share my slides. I'll very quickly go through the OPENLang platform. This is a Moodle-based collaborative environment where we offer all the services that we have developed in the project. For example, the LPT, the language placement tests, our MOOC, OER, and all that. So let me share my slides. Okay.
I think today Zoom worked better for you, huh?
Hopefully.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. That's nice.
Okay, so you should be able to see my slides.
Okay.
Great. So first of all, a brief overview of the platform. Multi-service. This is a multi-service online platform for offering a variety of services, including a personal members dashboard, an e-Tandem language learning matching service for all 24 European languages, an open and highly interactive forum, a European database of language open educational resources of high quality, training MOOC materials on OERs for language learner, language teachers, and finally, a responsive design accessible through different devices, for example, tablets and smartphones. The design of the platform has been based on a number of principles. Here are some of them. First of all, openness. The platform promotes an open approach for language learning, teaching, and community support. Customization. The platform is dynamic and flexible and offers different ways for customization of both its front end and also the back end. Interoperability. This is achieved by supporting standard specifications for importing and exporting educational data. Mobile interface. Mobility participants don't always have access, obviously, to a desktop or laptop computer because they need to access the platform from different European countries and while traveling. And finally, community support. We have particularly used selected Moodle for our platform in order to be able to receive support from a community of developers that regularly update the code base, thus fixing bugs, security holes, and also delivering new features. So here's an overview of the main courses, activities, and also the pathways that we offer from the platform, from the homepage of the platform. The platform is open to the public. You don't need to be an Erasmus Plus participant to join. You can join for free by creating a free account and exploring the platform services. So in the next few slides, I will describe these services by focusing on the pathways that we offer, and specifically the language learning pathway. The pathway for the language learner starts with taking a language placement test to determine the language proficiency level. So in this step, we offer 24 placement tests for all 24 European languages, actually more than 24 tests, because in several languages we offer more than one test. And these are freely available. They have gone through a rigorous selection process, and as you already know, as this has been presented, and no, it will be presented right after the session. Panagiotis will go through the whole selection process for this and the whole evaluation process for these tests. So you are invited to try these tests in order to determine your language proficiency level. As soon as you have done that, the second step is to find other community members for tandem learning of a language. And there are two sub-steps in this step. The first one has to do with recording your language proficiency level, and then in the second step, you are invited to find your e-Tandem language partner. And for this, we offer a faceted interface with filters where you can search for a specific language, also specific language level, and also the time zone that suits you, which is very important for synchronous learning. Right, so in the next step, we invite you to find open educational resources for learning a language. We have handpicked, evaluated, and selected a number of high quality language OER. We currently have more than 400 OER on our platform. And we offer, again, a faceted interface with filters where you can customize your search and look for specific metadata, for example, the authors or contributors of the OER, the resource type. You can specify the language of the resource and also the target language, the language that you wish to learn, the proficiency level, the license of the resource, the duration, and the skills. And as soon as you have found a suitable OER, you can interact with it, you can rate it, you can recommend it to other learners. You can start a discussion about this, you can comment on it, and you can also store it in your personal backpack to be visited later. The next step has to do with sharing open educational resources for learning a language. So we invite you in this step to share your OER, to have a look at the OPENLang toolkit, which will be presented shortly by Irini. And in order to understand what are the best practices in developing and sharing OER, and the next step is to share this with other members of the community through our platform. The next step after sharing an OER is to start and join discussions with other members of the community about OER that you have found and OER that you have shared and you have found useful. And finally, we invite you to join the OPENLang MOOC in order to learn about the creation, sharing, and use of language open educational resources. The MOOC is currently available on the platform, and all participants are invited to use the services offered by the platform and provide their feedback, which will be used to further improve the platform. The MOOC will be available there as a self-paced course even after the project has ended. So you can join at your time, study this at your own pace, and at the end of the course, you will also receive a free certificate of participation. So the link to the platform is at the bottom of the slide, and we invite you to join it and give us your feedback. Thanks very much.
I was talking with a muted microphone. Thank you so much, Alex. Okay, I don't know if you have any questions. I am just sharing the platform, the link of the platform with you here. It is always great to see all these nice services that we have in in our platform. Can the last slide? Okay. Oh, okay. I have just shared the link with you, so you can just click and okay. Yes, I have done it, but I can do it again. Okay, this is the one. You're welcome. You can enroll. If you have a Google email, you can just register automatically, I think, isn't it like this? And
yes.
Otherwise you can, yes, we try to do it as fast, as easier as we could. So thank you so much. If you have any, okay, we have question. Yes, we have also a LinkedIn page. Yeah. Hi, Elisabetta. Yes, nice to see you. Thank you for your comments. So thank you very much. We will discuss, we will have all these presentations that are all related to the platform that we have. And now we will go and we will take one by one of the services that are offered in our platform. So I would like to welcome the CUT team to present the language placement test. Panagiotis?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay. I didn't know if, yes. I was searching for all of you. Okay, wonderful. So you can share your slides, I think. Okay, you have the rights. So you can give us, so one of the services that our platform is offering, as Alex just presented, is the online 24 European language placement test. And now our colleague here will present us this service and what you can do with that and what we did in order to, let's say, to come to this, to come to this result in the end.
Yeah, thank you, Maria. Thank you.
You're
welcome. Hi again. As Maria said, this is one of the services that our platform provides. This is the third output of the project, the creation of an online 24 EU language placement test. As you know, it was a little bit challenging to find out all the available language placement tests, evaluate them in order to make sure that are high quality and can assess and determine the language level of people who want to participate in a mobility or who want to test their language skills in a foreign language. So I'll give you an overview of the process that we followed to find all these language placement tests, evaluate them, and to finally upload it into the platform. So the overall aim of the output, it was the identification and finally the selection of open 24 European Union language placement tests. I mean, for all the languages in European Union. It was challenging, but it was, I think, one of the most important steps in our through the implementation of the project, because this is one essential service that we offer to the participants, and namely the possibility to assess their language skills in the languages of the European Union, and to determine their language proficiency level, taking this online language placement test. In that way, we believe that the participants will be self-aware and will be better prepared for their mobility. So these the phases that we followed. Actually, the output 3 consists of 3 basic research phases. The first one was an extensive desk research in order to explore the available language placement tests that are offered online and for open use in the web. The phase 2 was to take these language placement tests and evaluate them based on some specific criteria that we found. And finally, the creation of the online database with the 24 language placement tests. So first, the first step, as I said before, was an extensive desk research in order to find out the available online resources and tests for all the 24 European languages. It was difficult, it was time consuming, but at the end we found some available resources, some available tests. We also made an effort to contact the national representatives of all the 24 European languages in order to make sure that the test that we found is high quality and can assess properly the language skills of participants. So we found approximately 150 language placement tests for all the European languages, taking of course into account that these tests are available online, are free and openly accessible to everyone. The next step, it was the evaluation and the final selection of the language placement test. We made a brief overview of the literature in order to find the criteria that we are going to use to test and evaluate the tests. considering, of course, the needs of our project, we decided to, after discussion and based on the literature, we decided to use specific evaluation criteria in order to select the final language placement test to be uploaded in the platform. We ran a focus group of 8 people, and we follow a concrete process to evaluate and select the tests. Actually, the criteria were classified into 2 main categories. We have the primary criteria, considering if the language placement test is provided by an accredited organization for language learning, if the test is open and accessible to everyone and free to use, there is to use, and of course the duration of the time needed to fill in the question and the quiz or the language placement test. And we have also the secondary criteria, if applicable, for some of the languages or for some of the tests that we found, regarding the authenticity of the test, the interactivity, the kind actually of activities included in the test, and the comprehensiveness and completeness of the test. This is the process of the selection that we followed in our focus group to select the test. First, we present to the people, to the members of the focus group. We explain and analyze the evaluation criteria, why we selected those criteria, and why it's important to be considered in our selection. The second phase, each participant of the focus group have the time to individually select the appropriate language placement test based on the criteria that I have presented to you earlier, filling the one evaluation rubric that we have prepared. Then we open the discussion with all the people in the focus group regarding the selection, and we finally selected the 24 language placement test for all the European Union languages. In some cases, we have more than one language placement test, and because in some language we found out many tests, available tests in the web, and we decided to include, because applied all the criteria, and we decided to include also more than one test in some of the language that we have in the database. So as Alexander presented clearly earlier, we offer this service through our platform. You can find the online database of 24 language placement tests. You can easily assess your skill in any language of the European Union. And this is basically the process through our platform for the users who want to take the test and assess their language skills. So after the registration, the creation of the profile on the OPENLang Network platform, the user is guided to take the language placement test. Usually is an external link or PDF file that you can download it, and then you can calculate the result based on the and determine your level based on the Common European Framework of References for European languages. You can record the results into your profile, and based on the feedback received, a user will find a Tandem partner, and you can follow the procedure, a language teacher or a language peer using specific filters offered by the platform. So this is the actually the screenshot from our platform, where you can find the online database for all the language placement tests. You can of course visit the platform and find out the way you can assess your skill and by your Tandem partner, and etc. To conclude, I would like to share with you one short questionnaire specifically targeted to language teachers or trainers or people who have experience with this, in order to help us to finally evaluate our final language placement test and make sure that the tests that we found are work properly for all the people who want to participate in a mobility. So I think finished. Let me share with you the link.
Thank you, Panagiotis, very much. Thank you. Yes, I can comment. You can always share your questions here. So as Panagiotis said, it was a big challenge for us to find in a place all 24 European, placement tests for all European languages. So, and it is still a big question to me why we don't have something like this. So I think that it would be a nice, European Union should offer this to all the citizens, to be able to test their knowledge and to see the linguistic level in a language, in one or more European languages. So I think that this would be very, 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 it's important for us to have this collection and to offer it to you. And of course, we would really love to hear from you if those tests are really reliable. We have done our research, but maybe something, we have missed it. And maybe there is also another placement test that you already use and you think that it is really good. So Karen has here a comment. Wonderful work. Thank you so much, Karen. What has the reaction been of organizations that offer paid placement tests and interaction or feedback from this? Very good question. Karen, yes.
Yeah, actually, as I said in my presentation, our aim is to find out the tests that are available, free to use and accessible to everyone. To be honest, we didn't have any reaction from all the representatives of the European languages centers or accredited organization, but we are still trying to contact them and in order to make sure that our selection was okay.
But now I have to say the bad things, because those are the results of our work and what we can share with everyone. Yes, in fact, they didn't collaborate with us, and this is something that I really, I have questions about that, because of course these people who are offering their placement test, their paid placement test, they need to, they want to gain from this, so it makes sense. But for the institutions that are open. Again, I cannot understand the official organizations that they offer, you know, the open and the accessible, let's say, placement tests. They could provide us with more information, and I am just having this feeling of I don't know. Yes, I didn't really like this. Of course, we can always try again and try to keep on and to have this open discussion. But if we had this kind of service offered by European Union, this wouldn't be now, you know, a subject of discussion, I think.
We have another comment.
Yes. Can this placement test be equated with language proficiency test for second language learners, IELTS, and the rest?
I would say, Maria, no. Yeah, because the languages placement test is you know, targeted for the people who want to participate in mobility. So and the tests that we found are based on the common European framework of references for language. So I don't think so that is equated with IELTS.
Yes, and Karen also says it's very sad that there has been no collaboration. I'm thinking of DELF, French government making a lot of money in Africa, for example. Yes, that's the case, and I really don't. I don't know the whole. I don't know perspective, but for sure, money is something that you know, it's a motivation for all this organization. But I would like to have in mind that you know, national agencies and national organizations will offer this kind of services to the citizens of European Union and to the citizens of the world, generally speaking. This should be something that we do across the world, because we should all, it is nice to explore and to discover all these beautiful languages all over the world, not only in European Union. So this kind of services like open courses, like open access to tests is something important. And I hope people can understand that. Yes, that's important. Okay. Thank you so much, Panayotis. Thank you for your great work. I am sharing my screen now, and I will try to say a few things also about the open quality framework and tool for language OER. So what we wanted to do is, as Alex also presented before, was to, in a way, to offer you this number of open educational resources. We have more or less 300. We have tried to evaluate everything to give you, to offer you a place where you can find good language material for your students, for your teaching needs. And this was the aim. But for us, I would like to share some thoughts before I continue with the slides, that discovering a language open educational resource of good quality is a really big challenge for language teachers, especially nowadays in the age of COVID-19. As millions of language teachers worldwide are constrained to deliver the language lessons online, and they need quality digital language material that is openly accessible. So even though there is a big number and variety of educational resources available in this form of OERs and the different repositories, the quality is not guaranteed, and so standards for selecting OERs are needed. One other point that needs to be considered is the dynamic and open feature of OERs, as also Javier Atenas said and explained before, because all these materials can be adapted and further developed with no limitations. as long as the open licenses allow it. And this is good because when we create something that it is a resource of quality, teachers can take it and use it, and then they would probably, if they have also the spirit of sharing, they will just go and develop something more and reshare it. And this is the practice. And it's about communities of practice that Javier Atenas said before. It's about being in this community of practice and sharing OERs that you already applied in your classroom, and you share them back. So it's really highly crucial for language users to be able to discover how to do all these things, because I don't know, for someone who never explored before OERs, the discussion with Javier Atenas could be a little bit strange, because he was referring to repositories, to all these different, he used that terminology, but it's simple. You just have a lesson plan that you create, that you have created and you use in your classroom. This can be really just, you can just upload it and in a platform, and all you need to just to put a description about what kind of license do you put. And in fact, all these platforms gives you also the possibility to add this kind of information, the metadata, that will help other people then to find this resource in this search engine. So since 2012, we have from Paris Declaration, the Article 1, that it encourages all member states to facilitate finding, retrieving, and sharing OERs, as well as adapting appropriate quality open standards to ensure interoperability and to facilitate the use of OERs in diverse media. And we discuss about UNESCO, and we discuss about the whole world here. But how can language teachers evaluate a language OER? Are there any specific evaluation tools? Are there any OER repositories that offer OER of high or good quality? And if yes, which quality assurance guidelines did they adopt? All these things will now be presented here in my presentation. So I will give you a brief review of what we have done, the research methodology, and how we have created a tool that could help you to evaluate a language OER. So we have discussed about OERs. Javier Atenas discussed and said she talked a lot about open textbooks, but OERs are also videos, are images, are course modules, are quizzes, tutorials, as you see here, lectures, games, full courses, infographics. So preferably, you can see here that video, images, and open textbooks are the most common OERs. But all that, why do we call them OERs? Are all these materials that they offer also an open license that describes to us what the authors permit us to do. So if we can use them, if we can build upon, so they just describe what we can do with all this information that they offer to us. The quality of OER is voiced by educators as significant concern, as I said before, and it's important for everyone. So we have seen two different ways, there are two different categorizations, let's say, of quality assurance procedures and models. From one side, we have the top-down quality procedures that include all these controlled quality assurance models that are adapted and used by the different platforms. For example, known universities like MIT and others like that that offer their courses and materials, their textbooks on Merlot, for example, or on OER Commons repositories. In these cases, there is a group of people, in some cases, that they do peer review, and based on specific criteria, they can evaluate the open educational resource that you share, so it is not shared automatically at the same time that you upload it. First, there is a control, and then they upload it. The other way of quality assurance is the bottom-up quality procedure. That means that by the user, I am the user and I can provide my feedback. How? I can rate it, I can comment it, I can review it. And in this way, I provide my feedback, and in a way, I give also this input if this is something good or not, valid or not, because as a language teacher or language learner, I have used it. It's the same process that we follow when we want to rate, for example, a hotel that we liked, or a film that we liked. So many times it is a process that we also use for other subjects as well. So what you can find in the platform is in one part, you can find recommended language OER. So what we have done, the selection, and what we recommend for you. And you can use, I will show you different filters in order to find all these open educational resources according to your needs. And also you have the possibility to suggest and share language OER. And in this process, you can also evaluate it following specific criteria. In fact, it is a simple checklist. What you can see here, as I said, this was the challenge to give you also to create and to offer you a quality framework, a tool in order to help you in this process. And what we did in this, what was the procedure of the research? Again, we conducted a literature review. So in a way, we explored different OER quality framework tools, models that exist out there. We try to see also if there is something specifically created for language learning materials. Then based on the feedback, we designed the quality framework, and based on selected criteria that, as you will see, we have tried to collect all these criteria based on what we have seen in the literature review, and then to create it. So from the research methodology, that was the first step. What we have seen is that we tried to see what do all these platforms, what kind of quality models and tools do they create, do they use in order to evaluate the material that they upload in their platform. So we try to see based on specific criteria. For example, we have seen that there are not so many tools created for language OERs, and the different institutions and platforms use different kind of quality assurance models. So what we try to see, what we wanted to find out is what kind of first, what quality assurance frameworks and models mainly they use for OERs, and what criteria were integrated, let's say, in these different frameworks and models. So we have seen, we tried to do the first selection, and we selected 30 quality assurance frameworks and models based on, and we did this selection based on institutions, organizations, reputations. So as I said before, we selected, for example, one moment, I have it in this slide. Okay. Yes, for example, we selected Achieve. This is a quality assurance model that it is adapted by the OER Commons. Cracksco, for example, is another one that it has to do with the language learning OERs. So first of all, we wanted to see what all these well-known and prestigious universities and organizations preferred. Then the popularity, how often these frameworks are used. So it was also something important. The validity. We also checked the clear description of criteria and dimensions, how easy it was to use. And of course, we also explored if a language learning subject was there as well. So what we did was to try to find, we found all these 30 quality models. We selected 200 different criteria, and then based on that, we tried to create our own. And what we did was to create our own OPENLang quality framework, which consists of 6 different dimensions: content, pedagogy, design, usability, openness, and technology. And you will see it here. So those are, let's say, the subtopics of these different components. So if you have an OER, if you create something, or you have found something and you want to evaluate it, you have to think different, all these different subtopics. You have to think the different perspectives. So pedagogically, is it okay? Is it what I need? The content, is the content exactly, it has some characteristics that are really basic. For example, is it updated or it is really old content? Is it something that I think that it is the design? How is the design? Is the design appealing? I really like this, the design of this OER? So you will see here that we have in each of these, for each different dimension, we have here some things to explore and some things to reflect on. So the content, is it interactive, for example? Is it adaptive? Is it clear? So those are questions that you have to think, that you need to think and to say, okay, it is good. Let's see also the other dimension, the pedagogical dimension. What type of resource is this? So is it a type of resource that can help me develop speaking, writing, reading? So I need it for my language classroom, so I need to define also this kind of things. What types of applied pedagogy is behind this? So maybe it can help me use it as a game in game-based language learning. If it is a game, it depends on the OER that I am searching for. The design, as I said, is important to be appropriate. The usability is really important because I need to be able to interact easily with this resource. Is it open? Really, is it open? Can I access it? Can I download it? Can I work on it? So it depends on how open is this resource. Technologically, do I have also, it gives me the possibility to add metadata or to author something on the platform. Also, some platforms give you the possibility to author like the open author of OER Commons. You can work on the platform and create your open educational resource. So what you will see is a quality tool for language OERs. So here are all the criteria and you can do an evaluation. But what we offer in our platform is an evaluation checklist. And you just think you can just use it in order, as I said before, to reflect on what you are uploading. Okay, I want to share something, but let me see. My language OER is interactive or is adaptive or whatever. You just it just helps you to evaluate and to think on the this resource that you want to upload. And in our case, we ask for specific metadata. So those are information that you provide so that other people who are going to search for information will be able to find it. And those are information like the date, the subject, the duration, some keywords. We try to do it as simple as it can be. because the whole process of adding information for something that you will upload, yes, it takes some time, but it can be short and it can be, you know, not so short. So we try to do our best in that case. And here it is, what you see here is the result. You can see here a search engine. It is not like, it looks like let's say Google, but here you can find something very specific because you know that all this information is already evaluated. You can use the different filters like the authors, the resource type, what kind of activity or resource are you searching for, in which language, in which proficiency level, and with what license. So you can choose what license you want this resource to have, the duration, the skill. So all this information that you provide, now you can see it here. It is integrated in the system, and everyone is able to track what you have shared. And of course, you will be able to find what the others have shared as well. So it's a collaborative process. So conclusions. To conclude, as I said, what the quality assurance of OERs, as we said, is a big challenge. It's quite complex, but it's good to know that there is at least something that can help us evaluate, a tool that can help us evaluate a little bit what we are finding and what we are sharing. There are no common OER policies. We have discussed this with Javier Atenas before. It's bad because it should be easier if there were common policies everywhere and, let's say, a common language to understand each other about what OERs are. There is a variety of models and quality tools, and this is what we found, but there is not something, we didn't find many tools that are targeting, let's say, language learning, language OERs. There is a problem that OERs, as we discussed before, it's not a topic that it is largely immersed in learning and teaching process. So we need, yes, awareness is needed. And also, it is good to, as we said, to start training teachers and language learners to the use, to the sharing and all this, the process of OER. I think that I talked too much. I will finish, and I am going to stop sharing my slides. Thank you very, very much for your attention. I don't know if you have any questions. Okay, so this is okay. Irini, I'm passing the word to you.
Hi, Maria. Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Nice
again.
to see you.
So Irini now is going to give us information about the OPENLang toolkit for OERs that is developed in order to help all people who would like to, as we discussed before, just to download information about OER instead of taking a course or spending time online. You will have also the possibility just to download this information and explore it at your own pace. So Irini, I'm passing the floor to you.
Thank you. So my name is Irini Christou, and I'm a research fellow at the Cyprus University of Technology, and also a part of the OPENLang Network project team. And I will present you the output regarding the toolkit on language OERs for language teachers and trainers, as Maria said. So the aim was to develop a complete step-by-step guide that contains all the core elements for the use evaluation, creation, and sharing of quality multilingual and interactive open educational resources for language education. And there is not any comprehensive step-by-step e-toolkit for the use, creation, and share of the OERs for the language learning and teaching. So the phases for the development of the toolkit was first an overview of the open educational resources, what already exists, then to map the existing guidelines for use, create, and share the OERs. And finally, the development of the Language OERs toolkit for language teachers and trainers. So in the first phase, for the overview of existing language OER guidelines, we first searched for some definitions of open educational resources and open educational practices. Then we found the principles and characteristics of the open educational resources, the benefits and challenges in using open educational resources in education, and open educational resource databases in language and learning. So some more definitions of the open educational resources. Here we have that they are defined as the digital learning resources offered online freely and openly to teachers, educators, students, and independent learners in order to be used, shared, combined, adapted, and expanded in teaching, learning, and research. While we have the open educational practices that refer to the use of the open educational resources to raise the quality of education and training and innovate educational practices on an institutional, professional, and individual level. So these are some definitions. Then we found that there are numerous articles and reports that include guidelines in relation to open educational resources. Most of these guidelines are targeted to specific groups, such as teachers, students, organizations, and schools. And there is no specific toolkit for language instructors. So the basic process for the creation of open educational resources, as from the literature, is to be designed for openness, so to be free, then to choose a license, to publish and to share the open educational resource. The TIPS framework is one of the most common framework for the creation of an open educational resource. And it focuses on the teaching and learning processes, on the information and material content, so the content should be relevant, the presentation, product, and format, and on the system, technical, and technology. Some key aspects that teachers should consider when creating open educational resources are to see who is their audience. So what is the level of their language, what is their nationality, their age, their gender. So also to ask if the open educational resource the teacher needs, if it already exists, so they can make some changes and modify based on their needs. And then they have to consider some design challenges, for example, the content, the size, the formatting, etc. Some tips for sharing an open educational resource is first to use an institutional repository, to select an open repository, and to use the social media networks such as Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So the toolkit also includes specific guidelines on how language teachers can use the Creative Commons licenses. So there are various licenses, and you can see that they have different symbols. So based on the license, you can see how you can use the specific OER. For example, the first symbol, that is the attribution, means that the original creator of the work must be credited whenever a part of their work is reused or adapted. Then the second one, that is the share alike, means that the reproduction of the original work is allowed only under the same license terms. Then the non-commercial license, that means that the content cannot be used for profitable purposes. And the last one, that is the no derivatives, that means that the work cannot be altered or remixed without explicit permission from the creator. So you can find more information about the Creative Commons licenses in the toolkit as well. And okay, based on the findings of the previous review on open educational resources, as well as on the quality framework for language OERs, we developed a step-by-step guide for the use, creation, and share of the open educational resources for language materials. So in the toolkit, you can find a useful material and tools for the creation of open educational resources, specific examples of the open educational resources, some useful tips for the creation, sharing of language open educational resources, examples of good open educational practices in language education, and self-evaluation assessment at the end of each section. So the toolkit includes the following sections. So it has an introduction to open educational resources and open educational practices. Then it presents an overview of the existing open educational resources guidelines. Then how to discover and find the language OERs, how to evaluate the language OERs, how to use, create, and share language OERs, copyright and open licensing, and the references at the end of the toolkit. So the design of the toolkit is like this that you can see on my presentation. So we have on the top all the sections of the toolkit. So you can click on each section and it takes you to the specific section and you can learn more about it. So for example, the introduction to open educational resources and open educational practices, we have the learning objectives and then the content, and at the end there is a quiz to check what you have learned from the specific section. So it's the same structure for all the sections of the toolkit. And finally, we have created the interactive toolkit. Can you see it on my screen, or I have to share again, I think?
No, it is okay. Yes, I mean,
okay, well. Okay, because I opened the website. So you can see the introduction. You can select the section of the toolkit you want to learn more about, and it transfers you to the specific section. Then you have the subsections of the toolkit where you can click on and learn more about the subsections. And at the end, you can find the quiz to check what you have learned so far from the specific section. And at all times, you will be able to download the full version of the toolkit that as it will be available also in Italian and Greek, apart from English. And yeah, so that's all from me. I don't know if you have any questions.
Thank you very much, Irini. Congratulations, I can say to you. Okay, it was really nice what you presented with all the information. Okay, let's hope that our users will download it and they will use it.
Yes.
Okay, if you want, you can also share the link to the toolkit site.
Yes.
Zerieke, okay, asks here. Wonderful, and I will just preparing the last presentation for today. Okay, it's like a marathon, eh? I think that there's so many things that we have done. We need a whole day to discuss about that. But this is the case of if you work for 3 years, you will produce many things. It makes sense. I don't know if you have any other comments here or any questions. I will just conclude with this final presentation. Alex, I will also, yes, I will give you also the word during the presentation, so you can also give some information as well. Okay, Zerieke, thank you so much. Thank you. We hope that you know, you will use what we have created, and it is all offered to you. That is the whole purpose of the work. We worked for all of you to make your teaching life easier with all these materials. So let's say a few things about the MOOC that we have. It's another service of our platform. So the description of the platform is already done by Alexander. So we provide the different variety of services that you are invited to explore. So one of these services is the MOOC, the OPENLang MOOC. And this is a 4-week course, and it is addressed to language teachers and learners. So you will find it anyway in your pathway. When you enter our platform, you can choose the pathway of the learner or the teacher, but this is something that we recommend for both groups of users. So we launched on 8th of November. A 4-week MOOC. It is a MOOC. It is very nice that I have seen also in these 3 days that we are, you know, presenting the outcomes of our work. I have seen also many users of this MOOC, and I'm really happy about that. This had the title was exploring how to use and reuse language open educational resources in Moodle. So what we did is we offered this MOOC for 4 weeks, and the aims was the creation and sharing in you to learn, to inform you about all these steps that are needed in order to explore, to find, to use, and to share multilingual and interactive language open educational resources. The target group, as I said, is for teachers, learners, trainers, researchers, but also for everyone. It's offered to everyone who has, let's say, a love for languages. Why not? So participants are. The number is growing. Last time when we did this, it was a few weeks ago, we had 134. Now we have even more. For each week, we offer a set of modules, a number of self-reflection activities, an open form activities with 2 tasks, and then final quiz, and a certificate in the end. And of course, we have also badges per each week, and Alex will also say some things about that in a while. Okay, Irini has already presented this toolkit. It is supplementary, so you will find some material of this toolkit is included in the MOOC. But we have also added more material like videos, like resources, many more activities. So you will see that one supplements the other, so it is very nice. Also, This is how it looks like. And during the first week, okay, one moment here to mute. Okay, sorry for that. As you see here, during the first week, we offered 2 modules. One was focused on the introduction to OER and the open educational practices. So mainly we offer an introduction to the area. And the second module is about overview of existing OER guidelines. And as I said before, we have also a series of activities, 7 activities, and the forum activity, and finally a quiz. And when we finish everything, we will tell you what is happening. But I am continuing with the second week. We have the module 2, 3, and the module 4. And this is really fully recommended week, because here you will find where to find all these open educational resources for languages. Here we can show you where to search and how to search. And it's not only about resources about languages, but we will show you also how to search for images, for sounds, for other material, so that it is very useful for you to create your open educational resource. And the module 4 is about evaluating a language OER, and here you will find also the description and analysis of this OPENLang checklist, evaluation checklist. I continue with the week 3. Here you can find the information about how to use, create, and share. Again, you will find very interesting ideas on how to use all these, let's say, the different, what Javiera said before about repurposing, about building upon another resource. Here you will find how to do it. And then in the last week, we have another module that this is a module, and I have to say it's about copyright and open licensing. Here you will learn about licenses and how you can, how you can read all these licenses, and also how to use the licenses for the work that you do. Each of these modules can be also followed in a different way. So if you want to have to get the information about copyrights, you can start from this study material of week 4 and continue to the others. It is, you can just choose what you want. You can choose the study material that you would like to follow. And this is how you can see the, it looks like the learning activity and the quiz. Okay. And then here it is the platform. We have also a video that is produced by our colleague, I have to say that by our colleague from Pixel, where you will get an overview of the services and how you can explore the whole platform. And here you can find the MOOC. And one other service, and I'm finishing with the services, is a tandem learning of a language. So here what we have done, our wonderful keynote speaker today has already described what it is, a tandem language learning. But for those who just joined later and they don't know, tandem language learning, according to Brammertz, is when learning a language in tandem, when 2 people with different mother tongues work together in order to learn from each other. And the main characteristics are reciprocity, responsibility, and autonomy. But as we discussed, they can be also 2 people who have a different, let's say, language level. So also in case it's not their mother tongues, again, they could, you know, practice tandem language learning, of course. And it's so wonderful because it's stressless, I think, because you can build also a connection with another person. You can become also friends, and you have this possibility to practice a language for a specific time. So, for example, half an hour and half an hour, using both languages one after the other, and discussing about topics that you have common interest in. And if this is something that, yes, you like your tandem partner, you want to continue with this, it's a wonderful way to practice a language, and why not? I think it's quite interesting. And what our keynote, Christina Appel, just show us today is also, you can see that I believe that it would be wonderful to have it also in our curriculum. I think I would love to have such a service and to offer this to my students as well. So here, what we have done, it is, yes, we had this in mind to offer this kind of service to people. It's open, it's for everyone. So what you need to do is to register in the platform, the first step, to record your language proficiency level. So what you will see is just, you will need to fill out what language is the one that you speak, and and you will just need to give some information about the level, and basically there's so many how can I say, the filters and all the metadata that are needed that are really simple, as you see here: the language level, the time zone. So when you fill out this form, instantly, automatically, this kind of card, we can say, is created, and now everyone can find you here. So, for example, if you're searching for Italian, you can find Antonio or me, and we are proficient user, and we are in the European Central Time. You can just click to view our profile, and you can just contact us to make an appointment for tandem learning. So we are here, you will see, we are offering also, as also Christine said before, it is nice also to give some kind of activity. So our idea was to create an e-Padlet, and I can also share it with you, this one, where you can find, one moment here, let me open my Padlet so I can find the link. So what you can do in this case with the Padlet, it is that you can find, we have a variety of activities that are basically different subtopics of cultural topics, basically. And you can scroll down and you can find, one moment, I'm just sharing it with you here. Okay. You can find different activities that you could do with your tandem partner during your let's say this meeting that you have. You can, of course, we will enrich it. This is just we just put here some activities and some let's say first ideas of what you could do and what you could discuss during this tandem learning process. And I think that from the workshops that we have, and in this case, we are proposing Skype and Google Meet, but of course we can use other tools as well. And from the feedback that we got, we have, yes, it was really positive, and we have used Zoom because we try to do different groups. So in fact, what we made was this kind of different tandem combination language combination, Greek English, Spanish English, Spanish Greek, and English Italian. And we had participants from Greece, UK, and Cyprus who wanted to practice these different, let's say, languages, and the experience was really nice. We really enjoyed it. And what people said, that I really liked this one and I remember it, is that it's like we have a party and we came all together to have a coffee, to have, to meet people. And then we went to the different Zoom rooms to discuss a little bit, and then to come back and to share our experience. But I think it was, I really liked it, to tell you the truth, and I would love people to adapt this way of practicing a language, because it's really wonderful, to my opinion, of course. I don't know, Alex, do you want also to say something about the platform and what we have about the badges and all that? Because we didn't say.
Yeah, sure. So first of all, we've tried to make all these resources and everything that Maria and myself and everyone else has presented today. We've tried to make all these outputs, resources, services sustainable. So these will continue to be available even after the project has ended. And specifically regarding the MOOC, we are awarding 4 badges, each one at the end of each week. You can gain one when you finish each week and you answer the quiz of each week to test your knowledge about what you have learned. And when you finish the whole MOOC, you will also be awarded a digital certificate. This is free, of course, and it contains a QR code which can be scanned to verify that this is valid. And of course, you can share your achievements, your badges, and also your certificate in social media. I think someone mentioned LinkedIn earlier, to showcase your achievement in this MOOC.
Thank you very much, Alex. I also want to add that you can follow us on Facebook and LinkedIn and Twitter. I have shared all these 3 social media channels with you in order to, if you want to, you can ask us something, or you can see what, because we will upload also material now until the end of the project, and we will upload also all our outputs and the publications and the recordings of what we have done here all these days. So please have a look, follow us. Irini, Panayotis, I don't know who else is here. You can also share, say something for the end, since it is, our last multiplier event. Where is the wine? Champagne, something to celebrate today.
Yeah, it was very nice. We have listened to a lot of interesting things, and I would also like to share my experience with the Tandem Learning workshop we had. That it was great meeting people that have a native language that interests other people to learn, and it is very nice and very good practicing a language with a native speaker.
Thank you so much, Irini. Yes, you practiced, if I remember, Spanish. Is it?
Spanish, yes.
Okay.
You remember well.
Yes, I remember. But I remember also the shock of one participant who said, but I cannot speak Spanish to speak with the lady from Argentina, with a lady from Argentina. And we said, okay, go slowly. So thank you so much for joining. Thank you all. Thank you for your kind comments. We hope that you have learned. We hope that we have helped you, and please keep it. We can continue this discussion. Thank you, Christine, so much. Thank you for everything, and thank you for your wonderful keynote presentation. It was a huge honor for us to be with us today. Thank you, Elisabetta, very much. I think that this is just a great opportunity for all of us to learn from each other. So we open a channel of communication. So please, yes, I would like to think that now we are more, isn't it? We started from, let's say, we started only 5-6 people, and now we are so many, and this is a wonderful feeling. So thank you all for your great work. Thank you, Mike. I think, yes, Mike has also attended the webinars of the DC4LT also. But thank you so much for being in both projects so active. Yes, you will receive everything very soon, probably in the next two days. So, okay, thank you so much. Anything else to add? I don't know. I think we have said everything. So, good evening to everyone. Relax now after all these hours. Thank you so much for your attention and for your contribution. Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you, Irene Muna Sikala. Okay. I'm stopped also.